Good to go. Nice. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the public forum. I'd like to remind the speaker and indeed everyone here that this forum is being webcast. This means that your image and what you say will be broadcast live to the public and is also recorded. Please be mindful of what you say and avoid making statements that may defame or offend anyone. Council is not responsible for your actions. Please switch your mobile phones off or onto silent for the duration of the forum. I ask everyone here to remain seated while the forum is underway. Welcome to our community members that have joined us via webcast and in the public gallery for the 27th of January 2026 Central Coast Public Forum. I now declare the public forum open at 6:01. Purpose of the forum is we are holding this public forum today to hear from community members who have registered to speak on items before the Council's meeting tonight. I ask that the community members be listened to in silence and with respect. If the speaker is commenting on the document proposed to be exhibited for community submissions, I remind you that you must always make your submissions once the exhibition opens. I will call the speaker to the lectern and remind the registered speaker that your address to Council is being live streamed and recorded and you have 3 minutes. However, Council can grant an additional 1 minute for your address at his discretion. Once your address to Council has concluded, please remain at the podium as Council may wish to ask you questions. I now note the following person has requested to address Council. Luke Carbonaro is speaking for the 3.2 Economic Development Committee minutes and recommendations. Luke, would you like to come up?
Good afternoon, mayors, councillors and staff. I am Luke Carbonaro and I speak as the Gosford Strip Precinct Development Lead. On behalf of our Board Chair, Juan Ioko. The Board and our members are in support of this Adopt Motion 3.2.1 and thank you for the opportunity to provide a brief update on the Gosford Strip Precinct. We fully support Council's move to progress Gosford as a special entertainment precinct. The SEP enables the Gosford Strip Precinct project, its people, its products and its passion to move forward and is a strong and welcome signal for local businesses and the community alike. The SEP aligns closely with the strategic direction local businesses on the Strip are now leading in partnership with the 24-hour economy for more live activity, a stronger nighttime economy, and a safer, more vibrant high street at all hours. From our perspective, policy and practice are now moving in sync. The Gosford Strip Precinct has kicked off the new year with real momentum. Our branding is live, our social channels are active, and membership is growing faster than at any point in our 12-month history. You would be hard-pressed to find a business or organisation on the Gosford Strip who is not a member. This momentum is translating on the ground into confidence and activity as businesses actively invest their time, energy, and ideas into the CBD. It's the difference between waiting to see what happens and the people on the front line shaping the outcomes. We thank Council for their responsiveness on the Baker Street car park upgrade and for the financial support of the Gosford Strip's upcoming block party celebration, scheduled for late April to early May. These initiatives provide strong foundations for a new era of collaboration within the Gosford Strip Precinct organisations and Council. Our newly formed business-led alliance of owners, operators are backing Gosford with our very livelihood. Underpinning all of this work is our focus on visible and tangible delivery. Over the coming weeks, the Gosford Strip will roll out an unprecedented collective business features designed to directly benefit the local economy as the precinct unites with shared offerings such as positions vacant to offer more work locally, a classifieds that's sharing and donating equipment, as well as a What's On guide focused solely on the Gosford Strip package deals and incentives. These initiatives will directly create more reason for people to visit and stay longer. We are working hard towards delivering on our mission of foot traffic, repeat visitation for economic, cultural and social growth. As Council continues to deliver initiatives into the Gosford Strip precinct, we see a real opportunity for partnership and are here to enable the activation of functional ideas quickly, to communicate effectively with traders and coordinate delivery on the ground that will strengthen outcomes. The foundations are in place. The Gosford Strip is showing up for itself, and we're excited to continue this momentum with Council support. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Councillor Wright, was you going to ask a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And firstly, I'm very happy to say that I was very quick to follow your Facebook page after seeing those posts. Very big fan of the work of the Gosford Strip precinct.
Thank you very much.
I know you have a bit of experience around the sort of hospitality space as well. There's been some ideas put forward by Councillor Moreland around, sort of hospitality precinct around the old Gosford Library. What are your sort of thoughts on that and activating that area of Gosford?
The Gosford Library, the old Gosford Library
Yep.
that is connected to Kibble Park, has significant potential, and as it sits there, it is doing nothing but cost council ratepayers more money. To have it sit there empty is a waste.
That'd be great. And how many members are actually part of the committee or the precinct?
I think at this point, well, we're back on. At this point, we are well over 70 members in the Gosford Strip Precinct project, and they are all local organisations and businesses, all local to the Gosford Strip. It's a very quick-growing coalition of businesses that has not really been seen in Gosford's history before.
So I just want to thank you and Juan and Glitcher especially for everything that they've done for the coast and Gosford especially. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Smith?
No, sorry, Mr. Mayor, I think that's just got caught up with the restart. Sorry.
Any other questions for Luke?
So I just, Luke, thanks very much for coming and addressing us. I did miss some of what you said early on. So if you have stated this already, apologies. In terms of your role, it's funded by the Strip Committee, is that correct?
Yes, so we are part of the New South Wales Government 24-hour economy project, which funds the Gosford Strip. I am the development lead of such project.
Okay. And are you working on this role full-time or is it only part-time?
I'm working on it part-time with David Abrahams, who is up there.
Okay. Oh, congratulations, David. Great to see you involved. That's fantastic. We look forward to lots of new ideas and initiatives coming from the committee.
I look forward to showing you said ideas.
Thank you. No more questions. Thank you, Luke.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
I now declare the public forum closed and you're invited to watch the webcast of the council meeting, which will commence at 6:30. A link to the webcast can be found on the council's website. Thank you, and thanks, Luke. Good evening, everyone. The meeting of Central Coast Council has now started. Please turn your mobile phones off, switch it to silent. In the event of an emergency, wait for instructions from council staff or security guards. If we do need to evacuate, council has 2 emergency muster points, one on the footpath of the Grand Hotel at the front of the building and the other at the Frank Balance Park to the rear of the building. If you experience a medical emergency, please alert council officers for assistance. Please be advised that this meeting is audio visually recorded, webcast live and archived on the council's website. Can we please be seated, please? Thank you. In accordance with Council's Code of Meeting Practice, filming and photography are not permitted. Anyone observed filming the meeting may be asked to leave. Councillors are reminded that they have been elected to represent our community and are tasked with making decisions and solving problems. Please keep the debate respectful according to the Council's Code of Conduct and avoid making statements that might defame or offend. Councillors in the chamber are reminded to turn the microphones on before speaking and off again when no longer addressing council. In accordance with section 7.1 of New Code of Conduct Meeting Practice, councillors are required to stand when addressing the meeting. If they are physically able to, councillors, please remember to adjust your microphones to a standing position when doing so. Due to their location on a raised platform, the executive leadership team will remain seated when speaking. As Mayor, I support this. A warm welcome to everyone in the gallery and those watching at home tonight. We acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we live, work and play. We pay our respects to Darkinjung country and the elders past and present. We recognise a continued connection to these lands and waterways and extend this acknowledgement to the homelands and the stories those who also call this place home. We recognise our future leaders and the shared responsibility to care for and protect our place and people. In accordance with section 5.4 of the Code of Meeting Practice, a request was received from Councillor McNamara to be granted leave of absence. As it follows, the Council grants leave of absence to Councillor McNamara for the 27th of January 2026 Ordinary Council meeting, as he is unable to attend the meeting in person. I now put the motion. All those voting in favour of the motion, please raise your hand and keep it raised. All those unanimous. Thank you. Item 1.5, disclosure of interest. I will now ask each councillor to disclose any conflict of interest they may have in items on tonight's agenda. Firstly, myself, I confirm that I do not have any conflicts. Councillor Newland.
No conflicts, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Daniels.
Nothing to declare, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor McGregor.
No conflicts, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Castles.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have a significant non-pecuniary conflict of interest in item 5.2, which is transparency of staff engagement survey report results, as I have a family member who is a long-time employee of Central Coast Council, and I believe that I should leave the chamber whilst determination of that matter is occurring. Thank you.
Councillor Crowley.
I have no conflict to declare, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walsh.
No conflict, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Councillor Neal.
Mr. Mayor, I stand in accordance with the Code of Conduct.
Thank you.
I have a conflict in relation to item 4.3, which is the sale of the Gosford CBD building to the University of Newcastle. I have already completed a form, and as I've previously said on a number of occasions, my husband's a member of the governing body of the Newcastle University, plus I'm an enrolled student there, and in that case it is a substantial non-pecuniary interest, and I intend to manage that conflict by leaving the chamber, not participating in debate or on voting.
Thank you. Councillor Lamont.
No conflict, thank you.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a non-pecuniary, but I'll say significant COI on EPC 25/104, which is the development at Terrigal. just because I live in close proximity to the site. So I will leave the chamber when that's debated. Thank you.
Councillor Leighton.
Nothing to declare, thank you.
Councillor Stanton.
Nothing to declare, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Nothing to declare, Mr Mayor.
Councillor McQuaid.
Nothing to declare, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Item 1.6, confirmation of minutes. Can I now have a mover? Councillor. Councillor Eaton, a seconder. Councillor Walsh.
Mr Mayor, I was on my feet. I think we've got to get on our feet,
Yep.
haven't we, to move items, or is it just to address them? Just to address them. Okay, that's all right. Yep, no, that's fine. Proceed, but I will speak to this.
Oh, okay. So Councillor Eaton moved, Councillor Walsh seconded, and Councillor Smith.
So I will be moving an amendment, if the staff could put that up on the screen. I will just note, and in particular for Councillor Eaton, this is not to re-prosecute the case. It's purely about the minutes recording matters in the meeting. So if staff could put that up, that would be great. Thank you. So if I may if I have a seconder, I'll speak to that.
You've got a seconder for Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So look, this is simply a matter of, if you read the minutes of 9th of December, Councillor Eaton declared a conflict of interest on item 2.1. When that matter was then considered on the 16th of December, a week later, there's no record of that. And I understand that Councillor Eaton believes he had advice that he didn't need to, and I'm not re-prosecuting that. I'm just saying it should be recorded in the minutes, because it's not clear to a community person that reads one set of minutes and the next set of minutes why that has occurred. So I'm just asking that the minutes of 16th of December be amended to clarify or note the reasons that Councillor Eaton no longer believed he needed to declare a conflict of interest on item 2.1 as compared to the previous minutes, just so that community members don't start putting in code of conduct complaints because they think it hasn't happened. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Lamont.
Thank you. Jane?
Oh, sorry.
Just a question about item 7.3, the letter to Crown Lands about the amusement park at the entrance. I just want to know whether we did actually write a letter to the Crown Lands about that, as instructed in that motion, resolved in the motion, whether we have actually done that or not.
We'd have to check the outstanding rescission motions of council, outstanding action report. So we have to take that on notice, but we can provide you that advice as soon as we find that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Eaton, you.
Mr Mayor, if the seconder agrees, I'm happy to add that to the motion.
Yep. Thank you. So Councillor Eaton's happy to add Councillor Smith's amendment to the motion. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. 1.7 items resolved by exception. Council intends to deal with multiple items of business on the agenda together by the way of single resolution, except for items dealing with financial matters or matters that the councillors wish to speak on. I will now call the number and the title of each item and indicate whether they have already been starred by councillors. I'll then ask councillors to indicate if they wish to have any additional items starred. This means that the item will be discussed and debated. Item 4.2, West Gosford Major Sewer Rising Main Partial Replacement. 4.5, Curie Knockout 2026.
Mr Mayor, has that been started already?
No, it's not been
I'd
started.
like to have that started.
Okay.
Oh, you've done that, John? I was going to do the same. Have you just started that now? Yep, cool.
So 4.6, minutes of advisory group and committee meetings held in quarter 2, 2025.
I'll start that, Mr Mayor, please. Thank you.
4.7, Community Support Grant Programme, November 2025 for endorsement. Item 4.8, submission to the new federal parliamentary inquiry into local government. Okay, so 4.5 and 4.6 are now starred. Councillors, please advise if you wish to debate any other. Do I have a motion? Councillor Mullin, seconder, Councillor Eaton. .1. I think that's starred, I think. Yeah, that's starred. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Item 1.8, Mayoral Minute, acknowledging local 2026 Australia Day Honours List recipients. Some outstanding Central Coast residents have been recognised in the 2026 Australian Day Honours List. Those honours celebrate Australians who have gone above and beyond in their service to the community, whether through the Order of Australia Awards, Special Service Awards or other forms of exceptional contribution. On behalf of our community, I'd like to congratulate the people listed as Central Coast residents in the honours list for being recognised for their outstanding service. Dr. Tony Seng of Kincumber, who is appointed member of Order of Australia AM for significant service to dentistry. Mr. Graham Johnson of McMaster's Beach was awarded the Medal of Order of Australia OAM for services to the environment and to the community of McMaster's Beach. Dr. Andrew Kwong of Wombro was awarded the Medal of Order of Australia OAM for services to general practice medicine. I'd also like to acknowledge the following recipients who served the Central Coast. The late Mr. Robert McCotter was appointed an Officer of the Order of Australia AO for his significant service to conservation, the environment, local government and the community. His contributions included serving as chair of the Central Coast Wetlands Pioneer Dairy Reserve, supporting the community garden and sustainable wetlands agriculture makers project, and acting as an alternate member of the Hunter and Central Coast Joint Regional Planning Panel. Mr. Bruce Edwards, Central Coast Citizen of the Year in 2014, was also awarded the Medal of the Order of Australia OAM in the General Division for services to the community through a range of organisations. Mr. Alan Stadzik, former head coach of the Central Coast Mariners 2019-2021, was awarded the Medal of Order of Australia OAM for his services to football. A special congratulations to Kerry Ann Groves, our Central Coast Citizen of the Year, whose dedication to volunteering and supporting others continues to make a real difference. These recipients, along with all our 2026 Australian Day Award winners, reflect the strength, generosity and spirit of our community. I formally move that the Council receive this mayoral minute. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Item 2.1, Monthly Finance Report. Councillor Wright.
Mr. Mayor, I did want to flag ahead of the monthly finance report that I did have an urgency motion for the council.
Okay, you'll have to do that at the end.
I think we have to establish urgency first, is that correct?
No, we do that at the end we do that at the end as well.
Sure, okay.
And Councillor Walsh, you'll be doing the same? Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So 2.1.
I'm happy to move that report be supported by the council.
Can I have a seconder?
Yes, I'll second that, but I would like to ask some questions before we move to adoption.
Yep.
As the councillors would be aware, There has been substantial issues arising from the restricted funds in the previous council and a lot of debate about the cause of that. I actually took the opportunity to read the report over the Christmas break, having spare time on my hands. And one of the issues that we have accepted virtually every month is that the water and sewerage lack of funds is offset by the general fund. Drainage. Yeah. So, isn't this a question in relation to the whole finance report? No, this is... hang on, just what I'm trying to establish is that obviously for many months decisions were made assuming that there was no issue with the use of funds improperly, and every month it's reported that this is offset by the general fund. So what I would like to do is a double check on that. What is the basis of that statement? Have we had that agreed to by the auditors? Do we have legal advice? What is the basis of that statement? I know it's repeated every month and I've accepted it each month, but do we have a formal basis to assume that that is correct?
This is the drainage fund. We have a separate drainage fund because we have a separate drainage charge that will be rolled into general fund next year. But essentially that's a deficit in the drainage fund and it's offset by real funds in general fund. The way the fund system works is essentially it's a one-way valve. So if there's a negative in water or sewer, it has to be made up by general fund. In this case, there's a negative in the drainage fund, which is more than offset by the general fund. It's a clear position. The fact is that general fund can't trade on funds from other funds, but general fund can supplement the negatives in other funds. It's essentially a one-way valve.
I accept that, Mr. CEO. My difficulty is that I've seen the repercussions of a ongoing statement being accepted month after month after month, and I've heard you say that and I've accepted it and it seems completely logical. Do we have an external basis of the Local Government Act or legal advice of the auditors that confirms that is the case?
The two legal advices, essentially what it says is that money that is raised by an annual charge, so that is a water charge, a sewer charge, or in this case a drainage charge, can't be used for any other purposes for the purposes for which it's raised. General fund income, which is largely raised by rates, can be used for a whole range of purposes, including subsidising the other funds. So it's not specifically outlined in either the Crown Solicitor's report or in the legal advice that Council specifically gained, but essentially that's what it means. The fact is that the reason why the water and sewer funds were restricted and could only be used for water and sewer purposes is they were funded by an annual charge which comes out via the water bill, and it's the same thing with the drainage, but the drainage fund doesn't have any money. The expenditure on the drainage fund is more than the drainage charge generates, and that's why it's in negative. From next year on, it will move into the general fund. Yes, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Castles.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Being a bit short, I'm still having to bend over here to get in the microphone. Look, I noticed in the monthly finance report, and through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CEO, that it's mentioned that there's a true variance of waste management gate fees, which is unfavourable, of 1.4 million. Is there an explanation as to why that's the case at the moment? Is it a timing thing or is it something else? Thank you.
through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Castles. Essentially, the volume of material that's going over the weighbridge was less than predicted.
Thank you, Councillor Lamont.
Okay, just going back to the drainage fund, what I've noticed, it's gone from, I think, about 37 million when we were first appointed, then it dropped to about 34 million, now it's gone back up to 40 million. So I'm just wondering if we can have an explanation on why it's actually gone up in the last year.
There's a range of costs that are costed against the drainage fund, and they are larger than the income that we get from the drainage fund.
Okay.
As I said, that matter will be resolved next year when we're unable to charge a drainage charge under the Water Management Act, and so therefore we will just have a general fund. So essentially the drainage fund generates $22 million and its total expenditure is around, I think, $26 million. So every year it goes backwards.
Okay, the other thing that I did want to focus on was the water and sewerage fund. I think we've all had a bit more time during the holidays to read the papers. I did a comparison because I know a lot of stuff's timing, but when you look at the figures for 24, end of 24, same period to end of 25, the water and sewer fund seems to be performing not as well as it did a year ago. So I'm just wondering what are the reasons for that?
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Lamont. It is, this year we received, because of the way that the IPART determination is structured, the increase in income this year was less than we received last year, and our costs have increased as well as we've continued to bring in additional resources to deliver on our commitments under that determination. So those two factors combined has shown where we've landed currently.
So is that more of a structural issue or a mismatch with costs and income?
Sorry, the second part, did you say mismanagement?
Yeah, with costs and income that's coming through.
Oh, mismatch.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh,
mismatch.
sorry, I thought you said mismanagement.
Or is it a structural issue, like all up with that area?
No, it's not a structural issue. It's how we expected the business to be performing. In the 2022 determination, we received an uplift over the 4 years, and that required us to bring in additional resources across that period of time. So there were delays initially in the first couple of years. It took us a little bit longer to bring those staff on board, but we've caught up with that as the labour market has adjusted, and we're now closer to being on track to where we're expected to be.
Okay, and one final question through you, Mr Mayor. Another item that comes up is loss of disposal of assets, 2.2 million. If someone could please explain what that actually represents. I think it actually indicates it's asset replacement, but I'm just wondering, we seem to be having these losses with asset replacement, and I'm just wondering whether we do have a problem with asset replacement management because of the, the losses seem to sort of happen a fair bit.
If any asset's replaced and it's got it still has a natural life. So, for example, the best example is a pipe. We might have a pipe that we depreciate over 40 years. At year 30, it fails, the assessment is made and it's replaced early. It's still got a residual life on it. When you replace that, then you have to write off the residual value of that particular pipe. So that's a particular disposal of assets. Some assets that are lost on sale, obviously we trade plant and fleet a lot. So if we replace a large item of plant, we can make money or we can lose money on those items of plant because essentially there's a book value which is done on essentially the diminution of age and some assessment of value. but you don't really know what the true value is until you deal with it. But significant write-offs on assets is where there's some residual value on an asset and that asset is replaced.
Okay, and one final question. With the 2.2 million, could someone actually explain what that loss represented?
Can I ask, please, Emma Galea, Chief Financial Officer, to come to the lectern and provide some advice on the 2.2 million in asset write-offs?
Sorry, thank you. I do not have the detail of what makes it up, but generally, as the CEO just explained, an asset has to be either there's a loss or completely written off, where it could be where the asset is no longer in existence, but it was on our books, or where we have to depreciate at a faster rate than what we had planned. But happy to take that on notice for further detail.
So,
thank you.
Sorry, what sort of assets are we talking about? I know you can't name what they are, but can you give us an idea? And I'm pretty sure people in this room would probably want to know, okay, what assets are we talking about?
Yes, so it could be anything. For example, generally when we do big asset revaluations, like what we've just done, where we've got a value on our books, but when we go to physically inspect, the asset is not there, then we have to take it off our books. That would be one example. Accelerated depreciation is also another example where we thought that the assets, or we planned for the assets, say, to have another few years of useful life, but then we discovered that that additional life is no longer there, so we accelerate depreciated to essentially write the value down.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Similar line of questioning. I just note on page 8, the operating expenditure, the variances there. Am I right in assuming favourable means that we didn't spend the money against the budget? Is that correct? So can I just ask why? Is there some sort of commentary, and I may have missed it if it's further in the report, for things like environmental compliance services? Why is that 0.8 million favourable? What didn't we do that we were
they're down as timing variances, so they're not anticipated on changing. So it is just we would put a phasing in the budget, so we anticipate spending this money over a certain period of time, certain peak periods. The work might have been done early, or the bill hasn't come in, or as a range of things. But where we say there's a timing variance, that's 7.4 favourable, we don't anticipate that being a saving. That's just a change and a variation from the budget, not necessarily a true variation in cost. When you look at the second part, at the bottom of page 8, talks about the true variances, and those costs are real anticipated changes in costs.
Okay, so there's always a lot of timing explanations, which I get, especially in things like construction and weather and all of those. But I guess my question is, like, we've been doing these budgets for a long time. I mean, it would seem to me that there perhaps shouldn't be quite as much variation. We should be anticipating that a bit more. Did you want to respond to that? Sorry.
Oh, look, we're always trying to get our timing correctly.
Yeah.
But there's a range of things that can slow things down or speed things up. So I'm not, I can't necessarily provide commentary on the absolute specifics of these. But we're talking about 7.4 million on what right now is a $400 million budget in terms of variation.
Sure, in terms of variation, but in terms of actual spend and work done, but with that 7.4 million, that's not insignificant, depending on what it is, I guess is my point. And I guess my second point, which isn't an item in that report, but just noting that during the break, I think we had closure at Kincumber Library for unforeseen works. I think we had, was it Wyong or Tukley Pool that was closed for unforeseen works? Wyong. So I understand these things happen, but there seem to be a couple happening. Can we have some commentary about how we're sort of monitoring that stuff? It would seem to me that the maintenance of an air conditioner should be a bit more predictable, that it doesn't become an urgent thing, and a pool maintenance shouldn't become an urgent matter that needs a closure. It should be a foreseen thing.
Through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Smith, just in general with asset management and maintenance, it is very hard to predict when sometimes something is going to break. You know, we can predict a lot of the work that we do, so we do schedule, you know, things like painting, and when we can work around school holidays, but it's not an absolute, and sometimes, you know, things don't go to plan. I don't have the details of every particular item, so yeah. Thank you.
All right. I guess what I would say, and it doesn't necessarily need to be amendment. I know we'll be working on our next operating budget, and I would just hope. Could I just get a little bit of commentary about how that process is going to happen? Because I think, if not the other councils, I'd certainly like to get a better understanding that we're spending adequately on those things against other things that we're spending on. That we're putting enough towards monitoring maintenance and making sure the maintenance is happening, and that these timing issues are accounted for as much as possible. And I understand what you say, 0.7 million is nothing in a big budget, but it's something when it's on the ground. Yeah.
We've got budget sessions on the 14th and at the end of the month, and then we'll consider the draft budget at the end of March. And so councils have an opportunity to ask those questions and work through those issues.
Thank you. No more questions? All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Item 2.2, Monthly Investment Report, December 2025. Can I have a second, Darren?
I'm happy to second, but I do have a question. Could just ask that question before we put it to the vote. I was looking at the internal restrictions, and just through you, Mr Mayor, I noticed that it seemed to me that the line regarding emergency loan repayments was showing an amount that was still outstanding, was my reading of it, but this could be incorrect, and that's why I'm asking to get some clarity of $4,700,000 as at the 31st of December. Now, I may have read that incorrectly, so I'm seeking clarity as to whether I've read that right, and if I have, I was certainly under the impression that the emergency loans would be paid off by the end of November, so I'm just seeking clarity. Thank you.
Yeah, that was an amount of cash that we set aside that turns out it was more than we required to pay off the loan, so it's actually a good story.
Right.
And we'll talk at the 14th about how we might treat that money. That can go into unrestricted cash, or it could be put to the Special Projects Reserve or allocated during the next year's budget.
Thank you. That's a good explanation.
Thank you. No other questions? All those in favour? All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Next item on agenda is item 3.1, Environment and Planning Committee, Minutes and Recommendations. Councillor Reaton, as the chair of this committee, would you like to introduce this item?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm moving the block motion first. Yes, so the block motion, and it might be easier to do it this way, deals with everything except 104, which is the Terrigal rezoning, 110, 111, 113, which are all the heritage-related matters. So they'll all be separately dealt with. So what we're dealing with in the block motion, which hopefully is there, should be 101, 102, 103, 105, 107 and 108. And I think there's general agreement on those. The only thing I would like to say in moving that is that I'm particularly gratified about some improvements in the DA process, and that's one of the items that is before us tonight to be adopted, and there's more of that happening. As of next week in February, there's going to be a fast-track system for basic DAs being implemented through the staff, and I'm hopeful that we'll get further on top of our DA numbers and at least get the simple ones through relatively quickly. So that's the motion, just dealing with the ones that nobody's asked to be pulled out.
Yeah. So you got a seconder, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright. All those in favour?
Mr Mayor, I've just got a question, just in terms of the Environment and Planning Committee. I know there are a number of advisory committees and subcommittees that are meant to be reporting to the Environment and Planning Committee. Do we have a schedule, or how is that actually meant to be happening? Because I don't think we've seen anything so far. And there is a follow-on question in terms of the Mangrove Mountain subcommittee that I chaired, but I'm happy to just get an answer to that first one, if I can.
Through you, Mr Mayor. On the first one, the reporting, so the minutes of the Coastal Flooding and Estuary Committee go back to the EP Committee. I think there's definitely one of those going up in the next raft of minutes for the EP Committee on the 3rd of February. And I think we're still working out the dates for the Mangrove Mountain Advisory Committee. But we do have some forward dates for the Coastal Committee, and I can distribute those to councils.
All right, thank you, Director. Follow up, Mr Mayor. I just noticed with the Mangrove Mountain Committee, and I probably do know that this was mentioned at some point, but there's no administrative support for that committee, which is deeply concerning when it should not be the purview of the environmental staff to coordinate that committee. I also am really concerned that that committee doesn't have that administration support because of the subject matter that it's dealing with. And I would like to see if I could request some assistance with that. Can I get a response through you, Mr Mayor, to the CEO, please?
Through you, Mr Mayor. Councillor, I can talk with you offline about the administrative support and make sure that we've got sufficient support there.
Well, I was actually wanting it to come from civic support, if possible, Director. I wasn't looking to put an increased burden on the staff, but I'm happy to take it offline and go a different route. Thank you.
All right, no more questions. So, Councillor Eaton, we're right. 101, 102, 103, 105, 107, 108 in block. Yep. All those in favour? Unanimous. And to discuss now, Councillor Eaton, 104 and 106.
Oh, sorry, yes, I'll wait for Councillor Smith to leave the chamber, yeah. That's okay. It's not in my control that. So we're dealing with item 104, the Terrigal rezoning, and I'll move the committee recommendation, which is also the staff recommendation.
Councillor Eaton moved and Councillor Moreland seconded. And Councillor Castles?
Oh, we're on 25-104, correct?
Yes.
I will have a question, comments on that when that's appropriate.
That's
now, okay.
appropriate now, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I was looking at my notes and I sort of lost where we were up to. When we had the meeting and obviously considered this matter, certainly I can say from my point of view, I was concerned and I still am concerned in terms of the matter of potential flooding impacts on the site, possible pollution to waterways, and also in particular the issue of people basically, if there is flooding, having problems getting out of the building and also possibly getting stuck in the building. So I do think there are some concerns there in terms of this development, and those are the really the ones that concern me the most, and I have to say I still hold those concerns. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Castles. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In accordance with the new code of meeting practice, I will stand as a matter of courtesy. I think what we have to remember here is that I know we speak a lot in this chamber about how we're going to work towards solving the housing crisis, and I don't think that this development is going to solve that, or any specific development will solve it. But what it does is show our willingness to engage with people who are wanting to build homes, to house young people, to house families, and to house anyone who calls the Central Coast home. And time again, we have definitely seen one part of the chamber look at any ways of, really going against housing, which is concerning. So this block of land, I drive past most days of the week, actually, or at least a few times a week. I see very few issues from a flooding perspective. I've had a few questions from the community, but mainly around traffic, which I think has been addressed. I don't believe there's any flooding issues for this that haven't been addressed in there, and I'm happy to support this motion.
Thanks, Councillor Wright. Any other questions? All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Milland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, which is 7-6. Yeah, so because Councillor Smith's out of the room, that's what I was like. So carried, motion's carried. Next item on the agenda is 110. Councillor Ryan.
Yeah, we need to get Councillor Smith back, Mr Mayor.
Yeah.
So in terms of 110, draft terms of reference for the Heritage and Culture Subcommittee, I have put a motion to civic support that I'm intending to move. So if that could be brought up. Yes, that's it. Thank you. So it's just dealing with the members of the subcommittee. I'll move it as listed there. If I have a seconder.
Seconder, Councillor Mullins, seconder. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Next item is 111.
Yes, I've got a motion in respect to that. I think this one might be supported as well. It's simply to defer it to the February council meeting.
Got a seconder for that? Councillor Neal, thank you. Councillor.
Yeah, just to speak to it briefly, Mr Mayor, geez, Councillor Smith looks very excited. This came based on community feedback. I had a member of the community who reached out on behalf of a number of people who attended the Heritage Strategy workshop, saying that for a variety of administration reasons they were unaware that this was coming to the council meeting and politely requested an additional month to work through those. So that's the reason for this decision, which I put forward to Councillor Eaton earlier in the week based on that feedback.
Thanks. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I did have an amendment if the other motion had stayed, and I would like to consider still adding the amendment just because of a timing matter. So could I just ask the staff, I'll say what it is. I did just want to add that it is Heritage Festival, late April, so it's just am I on the right one or have I jumped? Oh, is this the DCP? No, it's the other one. Yeah. Yeah, so it's 7, 8, 9 down the bottom. So if that can still be added, and the reason I'm still asking it, even though the matter's being deferred, it's just a timing thing. It's just that the Heritage Festival is from April to May, so it's just requesting that the CEO allocate some funds that staff. You've got that slush fund, Mr. CEO. We know about that now.
Not anymore.
Oh, you must have something left in it. What have you got left in it?
Not very much.
No, 8 million. So if there could be an allocation of funding just to organise at least one event as part of the Heritage Festival and engage with relevant organisations. The reason I'm putting it up is it was one of the things that was discussed at that workshop. It is a timing issue. I don't know that council does do much for Heritage Festival each year. And so we're not talking $1 million, we're talking a smaller amount. So I'm sure the CEO could dig into that slush fund and just allocate a little bit. It's almost the end of the financial year, Mr. CEO. You don't have much to spend it on. If I have a seconder, if 7, 8 and 9 could be added to that other part. Let's give it a go. Because February would have to, so that leaves what, 1 month?
But it's been deferred anyway.
But this is...
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think the community would object to an event to mark the Heritage Festival.
My main question was, would you be prepared to put a maximum dollar value on the event, noting that, you know, we have the priority of filling potholes and building footpaths? Is there a dollar value limit you put on the event?
The budget, my formerly luxurious slush fund, now that you've discovered it, has shrunken significantly. And I don't know it, but I don't have very much money at all in that space. No. Councillor Neil has discovered there's $8 million in the Strategic Projects Reserve, but that's not available to me, that's only available to the council.
Yeah, but how much money out of it?
Yeah.
Event, and look, we're talking a community event. It might be promoting a number of community-driven things that might be going on in the Heritage Week. No, I'd say 20,000.
Whether there are some funds available that might be suitable for such an event?
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
I'll do it. We could do something with, and the logical place that we would do something would be through the local studies areas of our libraries. We've got a local studies asset at the Tuggerah Library, and we've got local studies, quite a significant local studies collection at the New Gosford Library, and that would be an ideal place at which we could locate some sort of activity.
I don't, Councillor Wright.
I'd be prepared to put the 5,000 in there, noting that the community's expectation is us to fill potholes, build footpaths and maintain verges and parklands. That would be my priority for money.
Councillor Eaton, will you accept Councillor Smith's amendment? It's the bottom, 7, 8 and 9. 7, 8 and 9.
Okay. I think it can still wait and be dealt with in February, so no, I won't be accepting it.
I'll move an amendment then, Mr. Mayor. I'll move the amendment of Councillor Eaton's motion plus 7, 8 and 9, please, if I have a seconder.
Councillor Lamont.
Look, I really need guidance from the director and the staff, and I think, am I wrong in saying this might come under the Environment and Planning Directorate or the Events Directorate? I'm not sure. But I would think 5 is too small. I would think 10 would be a maximum, and hopefully you wouldn't even spend that. But I think realistically, we're only talking in that order. Yep. So I'll just get that amendment up there. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Smith, and that was seconded by Councillor Lamont. Any other questions? So putting the amendment, all those in favour of the amendment? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McQuaid. And I'll use my casting vote to vote against the amendment. So all those in favour of the motion? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Castles, Councillor Walsh, I think. Is that yep. Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. It's unanimous. Thank you. Last one for you is 113.
Yes, last one, Mr Mayor. So again, the motion is as printed. I've taken, as I advised all the councillors, I've taken the advice of the council's lawyer and amended that part there to take up exactly his suggestion as to the wording in that part of the draft policy. And I will speak to the reason for that part and the changes that in my mind are required. Particularly at Davistown and Empire Bay, there has been a problem with small developments, things like swimming pools, granny flats, small extensions, where the policy previously required every development, so every development, doesn't matter how small, to do, yeah, sorry, I'm changing, yes, which, I'll get to the reason, I'll explain the changes. Required you to do an AHIP, which is an Aboriginal heritage search, basically. Oh, sorry, an AHIM, I think it is. And if that result came back positive, that just meant there was something within 200 metres, doesn't say where it is, then you had to go through this process that could cost $20,000 or $30,000 of having basically a full Aboriginal archaeological assessment done on your property for a small development. There is exceptions in the guidelines for disturbed land. So if you're a farmer and you've got disturbed land that you've ploughed, you don't have to do this. This is not something that is required under the Act. The Act simply says that if you harm Aboriginal or other, probably heritage item, but under the National Parks and Wildlife Act, so if you harm an Aboriginal item, you could be up for prosecution. So in my mind, this was complete overkill where you've got developed land. The chances of harming an Aboriginal artefact where you've already got a house built, you've already got a driveway, it's already been subdivided, is so remote as I don't think it's council's job to make people do something that in 99 cases out of 100 will be totally useless. And in any event, you've still got the criminal prosecution there. If somebody does find something and they disturb it, then they can be prosecuted. So this is simply about a way of allowing people to do small development without being unduly hindered by something that is totally onerous and too onerous. What went through the committee is effectively the same clause. It talked about 800 square metres in disturbed land. All that's happened is that council's lawyer has provided some better wording, and also that there is a warning saying, well, you should still be aware that if you do disturb anything, then you might be prosecuted. But I repeat, this is a real problem in particularly Davistown and Empire Bay. It's also now a problem, and this is another thing that I think council has to come to grips with, is the council staff are now saying they can't even clean out drains because of this issue. That's not an issue for tonight. This is about the DCP, which is about planning, but this is a change that just is crying out to be made. And to my knowledge, most other councils in New South Wales do not have this sort of provision in their DCP.
Thanks, Councillor Eaton. I'm just going to ask for a second now. Second, that was Councillor Wright. Oh, no. Councillor Walsh was next in the... Yeah, the speaker. Yeah, Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I actually want to express how deeply concerning, and I find this section of the motion, and I believe it should be opposed in the strongest possible terms. I know that Councillor Wright has said in other places that he's contacted on a daily basis by people in Davistown regarding AHIMS. I'm not sure there's that many people in Davistown actually to make that a daily chore, but this motion at its core represents a significant weakening of protections for Aboriginal cultural heritage, achieved through technical amendments that have very real and damaging consequences, or certainly potentially damaging consequences. The proposal to narrow DA trigger requirements for Aboriginal objects by replacing all development with development only on land over 800 metres square or vacant non-disturbed land is fundamentally flawed, culturally unsafe and inconsistent with both the intent and spirit of heritage protection laws. First, the suggestion that Aboriginal objects and sites are less likely to be impacted on smaller lots or land deemed disturbed reflects a profound misunderstanding of Aboriginal cultural heritage. Aboriginal heritage does not conveniently conform to cadastral boundaries, lot sizes or Western notions of disturbance. Areas that have been partially developed or altered may still contain highly significant cultural material, landscapes or subsurface artefacts. This amendment effectively creates a loophole that invites avoidable destruction and places council at serious risk of facilitating harm to Aboriginal heritage. Second, this change appears designed not to improve outcomes but to reduce assessment obligations, prioritising development convenience over cultural responsibility, and this is an unacceptable trade-off. Council has obligations under state legislation and under broader principles of reconciliation and cultural respect. Diluting assessment requirements sends a clear and troubling message that Aboriginal heritage is negotiable when it is inconvenient. Most alarming of all is the statement that such assessment may be performed by any person without any particular qualifications, and this is indefensible. Aboriginal cultural heritage assessment is a specialised field that requires appropriate expertise, cultural competency and, critically, engagement with Aboriginal knowledge holders. Allowing unqualified individuals to undertake these assessments trivialises Aboriginal culture and creates an unacceptable risk of error, misinterpretation or outright disregard. No other area of technical assessment, whether traffic, engineering, bushfire or contamination, would be treated with such casual disregard for qualifications. The implication that Aboriginal heritage deserves a lower standard is deeply offensive and institutionally discriminatory. This motion also exposes council to legal, reputational and ethical risk. Poorly assessed or missed heritage impacts can lead to breaches of state legislation, delays, project failures and loss of trust with Aboriginal communities. Once heritage is destroyed, it cannot be fixed later, and council cannot plausibly claim ignorance if it actively lowers the bar. So in summary, this motion weakens protections for Aboriginal cultural heritage, is inconsistent with best practice and contemporary standards, treats Aboriginal heritage as a procedural obstacle rather than a living cultural responsibility, and undermines reconciliation commitments and community trust. It creates avoidable legal and governance risk for council. Council should be moving toward Stronger, clearer and culturally informed heritage protections, not dismantling them through technical amendments. This motion should be rejected, and any future changes to heritage provisions must be developed in genuine consultation with Aboriginal stakeholders, qualified experts, and with a clear commitment to upholding, not eroding, cultural heritage protections. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Walsh. Councillor Lamont.
Just a question. We all know we've received legal advice on the amendments. Councillor Eden has the habit of actually putting it back on staff with his motion. So I just want to check with these changes that Councillor Eden is proposing, are they okay now? According to the advice that we have received. And if not, can we actually get some advice on the proposed changes?
Through you, Mr Mayor, it's up to council what you want to resolve to put on exhibition. What we discussed at the Environmental Planning Committee was that there was some concerns that the proposed amendments were inconsistent with the requirements of the National Park and Wildlife Act in relation to Aboriginal objects and disturbance of them. What I've been able to provide is, in a really complex area, detailed review of it by council's lawyer, and that outlines the issues that council need to consider when deciding on this, and Councillor Eaton's resolution in 1A3, I think, adds that additional clause that was included in the legal advice. It's not what staff recommend, but in this matter, it's up to council what you'd like to put on exhibition.
Thank you.
Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And as Councillor Walsh mentioned, this is something I get regular feedback from the Davistown community on. And, you know, let's have a look at Davistown as an example, and then I'll move on to the broader AHIP searches. So in Davistown, I've probably had at least 15 people contact me saying that they're drained. I don't know about yourself, how many people have contacted you? I've had at least 15 people. You've had one, okay, that shows you. So I've had at least 15 people come to me and say, my drains can't be cleared, my house is flooding. We actually both had a piece of correspondence on that, so that's two for you. People can't take trees out that are falling onto their homes. They're leaving stumps because council won't remove them. We have people spending $30,000, as we've heard people come into this chamber before and tell us $30,000 on assessments. So while I would definitely be open to some tweaks of what the legal advice has put forward, we definitely do need to look at how we can better marry up the relationship between Aboriginal heritage and the ability for homeowners to get on with what they're doing in a respectful way. So, for example, I think the idea of when you've got a house that is quite well developed and you want to make some minor tweaks to it, I'd certainly be open to some amendments there, because that's what the community is telling me. The community is coming to me continually and saying things need to change, and we need to act on that. It's not just in Davistown, it's in suburbs like Empire Bay as well. And council has done a lot of work previously as well on AHIP assessments. When we redid all the vacuum pump sewer system in Davistown, every street had AHIP assessments. When we're doing roads, we're getting AHIP assessments. We have 3 roads in Davistown this financial year subject to an upgrade. It's about $1.1 million in works where no digging is happening. It is just a resurface of the road, and it is held up due an AHIP assessment. So for sure, we need to be consulting with the Indigenous community about how we can do these things, but I think there is a better way, and I think what we'll get out of this consultation process is some feedback from those groups, also some feedback from the residents, and I think together, next time this comes to council, we'll be able to have a better position about how we can reduce some of the cost burden for people who are spending up to $30,000. The fact that council has had a road very close to Councillor Walsh, Stain Road, has been held up now for, I believe, over 18 months with Indigenous heritage assessments. We need to find a way to move these along quicker. So some of that may involve advocacy to the New South Wales government as well, and again with local landowners and local Indigenous groups as well, but it gets the conversation going about how we can better manage some of these processes. So I'm happy to support it, but also looking forward to what comes back off exhibition.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I will move an amendment, and the amendment is the staff recommendation. So if I could get that up on the screen, please. And if I have a seconder, I will speak to that. No, not the staff recommendation. The original staff recommendation. Thank you, Mr Mayor. So I will speak to this. It is really concerning to hear Councillor Wright and Councillor Eaton talk about this, because really it sounds like trashing Aboriginal heritage. It sounds like trying to take shortcuts rather than go through proper process. If the issue is really about delays, then the solution is to speed up the process, not undermine the process. And maybe there are ways of reducing delays, but that is not doing the work, not investigating the site, not doing the assessments. The other problem I see with the motion from Councillor Eaton and Wright is that it adds complexity. And I think that's deliberate. It adds confusion, it adds complexity. It introduces a warning, essentially a warning in our DCP, say, you can do this, but just be careful, you might be doing the wrong thing, and you might be not complying with the National Parks and Wildlife Act. And so it's a ridiculous proposition for a council to put that in a planning document, rather than just encourage landowners to do the proper process. If there is nothing to find there, then there's nothing to find. If there is, well, no, there's stages is what I understand. There's a part that doesn't require that expenditure, okay? And look, I'm not an expert on that, but certainly that was the information, or some of the information that was conveyed, is that there is a first step that doesn't require that expenditure. And this alternative motion is seeking to bypass that expenditure and bypass knowing whether you've got significant heritage matter. Councillor Wright, on your previous motion, it's clear that potholes do trump heritage for you. But I think the wider Central Coast actually values the heritage, values the Aboriginal heritage. We have one of the richest areas in terms of Aboriginal culture and Aboriginal heritage. It is a DCP that's going out on exhibition. I think we should let it go on exhibition. I'm sure all those people that are complaining to you will put in submissions, and we can carefully consider the full, broad complement of information. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Neal.
Yes, I rise, Mr Mayor, because I feel very uncomfortable with this entire matter. Firstly, with the procedures involved, and also with the substantive issues underlying it. If I haven't seen a case of dog whistling, we're seeing it here today, much to my dismay and distress. In terms of the procedure, I'll start with that. We had a recommendation from the staff in relation to this matter. It went before the Environment and Planning Committee, where the chair, Councillor Eaton, determined that he had a better position in relation to the DCP than the staff had. We then received legal advice from the staff saying that in fact that recommended amendment, which is 1A, was in breach, had legal issues involved with it. We then received, and that's only received yesterday, we then received today, sometime this afternoon, a further amended matter from Councillor Eaton, which frankly I did not in any way have any proper capacity to compare that to the advice, get advice from the staff about it, and I think frankly in a way that is inherently dangerous and improper to behave in this way. If we're going to obtain legal advice suggests that there is a problem with an amendment, I think we need to do it in a careful, considered way, not rush in with something that's on a slide in front of us and put it through. So I'm deeply concerned about the procedure involved. I'm also just concerned about the underlying principles that are involved here. It's so easy to raise Indigenous issues as a way of saying that there's us and there's them. And I think that this happens, that all you need to do is indicate it's something to do with the Indigenous community, Indigenous culture, and somehow almost immediately it becomes assumed that that is not of value and that it's actually standing in the way of the community and development. I have to say that I have never received any complaint from anyone in the community about Indigenous matters holding up their development, none whatsoever. And this, never. And this idea that
Councillor Wright, can you
has
let
some
the
sort
speaker
of
speak, please?
reporting system in relation to the roads around the Central Coast, which have been held up, in his opinion, based on I'm not sure what information, has been held up solely by Indigenous cultural matters, I think is again just dog whistling. It's not a question of do we value our heritage, do we value our Indigenous community and their culture, or do we fix potholes? We can do both. That's why we're here. We can value our community and we can value our Indigenous community and their heritage, and at the same time make sure that we have reasonable quality roads that aren't afflicted by potholes. So please, stop trying to score points from creating divisions in our community that don't exist. We are very lucky. We went out and had discussions and went out on country and looked at the some of the many cultural artefacts that are in this area. I was advised that there are something like 30,000 Indigenous sites around the Central Coast, which is enormous. And I'm sure there are many, many that we're not aware of, have not protected. And that's why these protections are in place, to ensure that those relics and those sites are not damaged, and that the community is aware of it, so that they do what they probably want to do, which is also to value and protect the heritage that's around us, whether Indigenous or otherwise.
Councillor Walsh.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I have received one request from a Davistown resident. It was presented rather gingerly. I suspect this resident might have already had a sense of what my position could potentially be. But what I did kind of gain from that particular resident was an understanding that the community generally potentially doesn't understand really the significance of the AHIMS. And this resident actually, we had a discussion about the potential for a bit of an education program that might clarify issues for residents, and also even take on board some of the points that Councillor Smith made about cost. And I have had a conversation with some staff regarding the timing. I understand that the timing of these assessments can be drawn out, can be very frustrating. I understand it's frustrating for staff as well as for residents. So I'm not exactly sure why we would want to be seen or known as a council with a legacy of dismissing, overlooking, discounting the importance of Aboriginal heritage and its cultural significance. I don't know why any councillor in a region such as ours, or anywhere in Australia really, would want that. And so I obviously am going to be voting against it. Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions. All those in favour of the amendment? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McQuaid. I'll use my casting vote against. So now the motion of Councillor Eaton. All those in favour of Councillor Eaton's motion? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. 7-all, I'll use my casting vote and the motion's carried. Thank you. Item 3.2, Economic Development Committee minutes and recommendations. Councillor Smith is Deputy Chair. Councillor Neal, can you put your buzzer off?
Will very straightforwardly just be moving the recommendation from the committee. I will just comment that the Gosford Special Entertainment Precinct, I think, is roundly supported by the committee and by, I expect, many of the councillors. For an entertainment precinct, it makes sense that Gosford is the place to do it, and our speaker tonight spoke very well and very forcefully about that. There's already a lot of activity, so I commend this recommendation to the committee. Thank you. To the council.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor Neal.
Yes, I rise to second the motion. I assume you have not taken a seconder. The issue of Gosford has been fraught for many years. I did actually have the opportunity to watch the online video and was quite interesting, and it did remind me about a lot of the issues involved with Gosford and why there's been difficulty with breathing life into Gosford in recent years. Though I feel quite optimistic that things are improving at the moment and that we are having a lot of activity there. Back in 1987, Erin Affair was constructed and has been a growing black hole, drawing all sorts of activity into the area and at the same time having a negative impact on Gosford. The entertainment precinct, I think, is an opportunity to continue on with some of the positive developments that have happened. Voco, a little more activity along that strip, including the Fun House, which I've enjoyed very much, and many others have. This is a state government initiative which encourages and enhances the capacity of the council to cater for entertainment in Gosford City. I strongly support it, and I strongly support the recommendations of the Economic Development Committee.
Thank you. No other discussion? All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Next item is 3.3, Review Committee Current Library Building Minutes and Recommendations. Councillor Castles, as you chair this meeting, would you like to introduce this item? Councillor Neal, can you put off your buzzer? Thanks.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. As chair of the meeting, I would like to recommend that that council receives the minutes of the review committee and also of the 4th of December, and also adopts the recommendations of the review committee of that date.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Milland. No discussion. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Item 4.1, Special Variation Application to IPART Stormwater Drainage Charge Transfer. Can I have a mover? Councillor Eaton. Got a seconder? Got a seconder? Councillor Daniels.
Mr. Mayor,
Councillor Lamont.
Am I speaking? Sorry. Just wanted to go through the questions, and I did actually send these to council on Friday, so I believe the relevant director has the questions for them. Can I just confirm that or not? Yep. Okay. So can I stop my speaking time, because the point of sending the questions through is so I could actually get answers before I actually speak. Is that all right?
She's a says you want to do it quick.
Yeah, stop the clock, sorry, that's what I meant to say.
Yep, it looks like it's stopped, so go ahead.
It has?
and ask
Okay,
questions.
great. So if we can go through the questions regarding this, one of the things with the survey or the submissions that we requested, does council have an issue with the fact that they were actually sent so close to Christmas? And most people would have been worrying about Christmas and not an IPART application for the drainage charge.
Thank you for that question through you, Mr. Mayor. Whilst the timing wasn't ideal, we did get the community consultation out very early after the October 28 resolution so that we had sufficient time to talk to the community. But what I might do is invite our executive officer who was in charge of the consultation to respond to that question in more detail for you.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Mayor. Yes, confirming that community consultation commenced on the 31st of October. The communication campaign encompassed a multifaceted program, including digital and print formats. Within the campaign, a targeted ratepayer newsletter was included, and you're correct, that did come out sort of midway through the campaign.
Which was when, sorry? The written material?
The original material?
No, the written, like everyone received a letter, so when did that actually get sent out?
From the 10th of December,
Okay.
and there was a number of days between when different people received the letter because of the size of the mailer.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Mayor, can CEO identify the specific clause in IPART's 2022 water and sewer pricing determination that required Central Coast Council to apply for a special variation to recover stormwater drainage costs?
There's a number of comments in the determination that was released in May 2022, but I'll quote this particular one. It says, "We decided to set prices for this review to allow the council to plan and implement funding stormwater costs via its local government's rates income, consult with customers and consider whether it needs to prepare any necessary special variations to local government rates. This change in funding received some stakeholder support. There were some concerns about the impact on rates, especially for rural properties. It's likely that the council will need to consider and consult on options before funding its stormwater services. The council should consider all options available to it with its current rates income before seeking to increase rates to raise additional funds. However, if it cannot cover its stormwater costs through existing local government rates at the next determination, it may consider whether it needs to apply to IPART for a special variation to its local government's rate revenue to ensure that it recovers its stormwater costs and maintains services." So,
Thank you. So it was really council's choice to do an SV application. Council resolved on the 9th of November 21 to transfer stormwater drainage charge to the Local Government Act with a concurrent special variation application. When a council formally resolved to depart from that pathway of Resolution 276/21 and instead pursue ministerial interventions under Section 506 of the Local Government Act, and where is that recorded?
It has always been Council's intention to undertake the most efficient mechanism for the best possible outcome, and we have always explored all different options. But specifically at the Council meeting on the 25th of March 2025, Council considered item 3.3, which was a report explaining why Council staff recommended requesting the Minister to use their powers under Section 506 of the Act. At that time, Council resolved unanimously to seek ministerial intervention.
Thank you. Why did Council push for the adoption of the long-term financial plan that assumes a retention of approximately 22 million per annum in stormwater drainage income before ministerial approval had been obtained under Section 506 and before any special variation application had been lodged with IPART?
In the development of the long-term financial plan, council officers developed 5 scenarios, an initial 4 and an additional 5th at the request of councillors, presented all of those options and did make a staff recommendation to council for a particular scenario, being scenario 2. That was based on our professional advice and expertise for the long-term financial sustainability of council and taking on board the feedback provided by individual councillors about their preferences. Ultimately, the adoption of a specific scenario was a resolution of council.
Okay, so last year I also approached the CEO about introducing stormwater drainage charge under section 496A of the Local Government Act. That was last March. At the time it was rejected. That option was rejected. Why is it now being progressed as an option, and why wasn't council transparent about this option in the recent related community consultation, or even discussed with councillors as an option prior to this business paper?
I'm not sure that it was rejected or dismissed earlier. It's always been an option on the agenda that's been under review. As explained in answer to one of your earlier questions, our initial view was to seek ministerial exemption. When that was not forthcoming after some time and we were directed to undertake a special variation, the process of undertaking and drafting that application did include reviewing options in relation to that stormwater charge, and that's why that option is within the council report. That option still remains open to us. The amount in total would be significantly less than the amount we have are getting in income at the moment, but that option does remain open to council.
Okay, I'll go back through the YouTube for that particular meeting, but I'm pretty sure I did mention it, but I'll take that up another time. As council has now repaid its emergency loans funded through increased rates, why was the freed up revenue capacity not considered as a way of offsetting the stormwater drainage charge rather than seeking a further SV?
The repayment of loans is a capital amount. It's not an income and expenditure amount. So councillors be well aware of the difference between income and expenditure and repayment of loans. So what it does do is provides free cash flow to fund our capital program, but it doesn't change our bottom line and our operating position at all.
What is the cost to council for SVs or SVRs to IPART?
Again, I'd just like to invite our executive officer to respond to that question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, through the Mayor. Total costs of the communication and community consultation to date are circa $220,000. This is inclusive of paid advertising, print and digital. The most significant proportion of that cost is the direct mailer. That includes the cost of the service to conduct the mail merge, the printing of over 130,000 letters, and the postage, including envelope expenses. So the significant portion did relate to that direct mail activity.
Okay, so last question. I've got heaps more, but I might deal with them another way. Can the CEO clarify, like one of the things that we're looking at is, efficiency improvements. Can the CEO provide us a definition of efficiency and why the FAQ suggests that cutting services equates to greater efficiency?
The long-term financial plan, the existing long-term financial plan with our current income level, includes a significant efficiency drive in the organisation. The fundamental position a local government faces is our cost structure increases at a significantly higher rate than our rate peg for a whole range of reasons, predominantly the fact that we're the custodian of over $10 billion worth of community assets, and the cost to maintain and repair those assets is growing faster than inflation. So standing still, we have to continually find efficiencies year in, year out, and we'll talk about that as we we go into the budget process with you, what we've done to be able to bring about a balanced budget to you for next year. But we're constantly having to work on efficiency just to stay in the game. To lose $22 million is going to have to directly impact onto services for the community.
Can we get a copy of the actual efficiency changes or savings for the last 4 years, like dollar value? Is there a way of actually getting that?
I can run through some of those figures for you right now. So the long-term financial plan includes the following efficiency targets. So officially expenditure reduction each year, and they accumulate, so they build on top of each other. So in 26-27, 2.2 million. The following year, 2.3, then 2.3 again, 1.7 million in 29-30, again in 30-31, and 1.8 million in 31-32, and I think over the full term of the long-term financial plan, it's a cumulative value of 12.1 million, 12.7 million, sorry, it's in front of me. So that is the amount built into the long-term financial plan already, with the goal to achieve that without impacting service levels. The view then became that should we have a one-off, well, not a one-off, but an immediate significant drop of over 22 million on top of that amount, that would need to come from service levels, because we would have neither the ability or wiggle room nor the time to investigate alternate ways of delivering those services without an impact on the level of service.
Okay, thank you. If you want to start the clock now, I'm fine to speak. That's all the questions that I have. You can start the clock if you like. Okay, I'm speaking against this recommendation because I'm concerned about how we arrived at this point and where the community has been given a transparent and honest account of the choices that were available to council. In 2022, IPART made it clear that stormwater drainage charges could no longer be levied under the Water Management Act beyond June 26. That decision removed one charging mechanism. It did not direct council to replace the income in any particular way. IPART did not say council must recover the funds through special variation. It did not say council must replace the revenue dollar for dollar. It simply expressed the view that stormwater services are a whole of community benefit and are appropriately dealt with under Local Government Act. What happened next was a matter of council choice. In 2021, council resolved to pursue a specific pathway, transferring the charge to the LGA with a concurrent special variation application. That was a council decision to retain that revenue, not an IPART requirement. Once that decision was made, the cost, complexity and consultation burden of an SV became unavoidable. In March 25, the CEO sought council approval to approach the minister under a section 506 to try to avoid an SV altogether. That tells us something important. Even the council recognised that an SV was not inevitable. It was one option among others, and that's just been confirmed. At the same time, council adopted a long-term financial plan that assumed the full 22 million plus in drainage income would continue before ministerial approval had been granted, before an SV application had commenced, and while alternative funding approaches had not been fully tested. That exposed council to the risk and, in my view, reduced transparency for both councillors and the community. I also want to put on record that I raised with the CEO that a section 496A stormwater charge could be a simpler and lawful option last March. It doesn't require an SV, it is capped, it is well understood, and it is used elsewhere. That option was not pursued at the time, in part as being insufficient. We are now being told that if this SV is not approved, council may have to rely on a section 496 anyway, combined with service adjustments. But there is no mention of productivity improvements. That raises a very legitimate question for the community. If those measures are now on the table, were they and productivity improvements transparently and rigorously explored before asking ratepayers to support a permanent SV this time? Not just in 2025, but every year since 2021, resolution to go down the SV path to retain the drainage revenue and general rates. What the community has told us through submissions is not just concern about cost of living, it is concern about trust. People want to know that council has genuinely examined alternatives, that assumptions are being challenged, and that decisions are being owned, not attributed to IPART or legislation in any way that removes agency from council and this governing body. For me, this comes down to transparency and accountability. Recovering stormwater costs under the Local Government Act was always a choice. Choosing to continue collecting the same level of income was a choice. Choosing an SV as the mechanism was a choice. Given the way this process has unfolded, I do not believe that the bar has been met to justify endorsing the special variation today. The community observes clearer options, clear explanations, and a process that earns trust, not one that presents an outcome as inevitable after the fact. For those reasons, I will not be supporting the SV application. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just turned my microphone off.
Councillor Neil, could you just put it off for a second?
No.
She dropped up. She was on the queue.
Yeah, I just got confused for a minute. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I very much respect Councillor Lamont's point of view and the questions she's asked and the arguments she's made. I will, however, be supporting this motion. And I just did want to explain why I will be supporting it. And it simply is because it doesn't involve any net increase in what our ratepayers are paying. So it is a transfer from under the Water Management Act across to the Local Government Act. And so because it is not any real change in the current amount residents are paying, and it's only applying to those residents that are already paying this charge, then I am supporting this. I will, however, just say that I found the report fine, but I think it was a little bit ambiguous in implying that, or it could have been interpreted. I don't think it was deliberately ambiguous by any means, but it could have been interpreted as saying there will be no rate increases because it wasn't specifically making the point enough that this is only this charge. And so I guess what I am flagging is that I am supporting this motion, but there are other things coming up in the next couple of years that I may very well not support because they will have an impact on our community. There was a last point and now I have forgotten it. I can't remember. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I will support it. My last point was that the community consultation did not show an overwhelming support for this. In fact, I think it was slightly the other way, or it was the other way. So I do want to reassure our community that this does go to IPART, that there is a second process, there is an IPART process, and that they are the final determining body on this matter. So I think our community, if they are deeply concerned about it, should continue to advocate that position. But I am reassured, and I hope our community understands that this does not mean any net change for what residents are paying now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor Neil.
Mayor, I'm so glad to be finally called. I feel like I'm the last.
Councillor Smith hit the button and then pressed the wrong one and it went off and you jumped the queue. I'm
sure it was all fair and above board, Mr. Mayor. I would not suggest otherwise. Firstly, I would like to move quite a minor amendment that I just think makes very clear the motion that is before us, and I have raised this matter with Councillor Eaton, and I think he's probably agreeable to it, and that is to add, in addition to the words contained in subsection 5, the following words: to ensure consideration is made for circumstances where IPART does not fully approve this CV. Now, I'm just making sure it's up here.
I believe I did move the motion. I think that's right second. So I'm not quite sure that doesn't seem to reflect as such as the mover on that.
Right, yes, so this is an amendment.
Fully approve the SV. In moving that amendment, and I understand it's now accepted and forms part of the substantive motion, The reason I'm doing so is to ensure that the consideration of any cuts will only be considered, to reassure the community, will only be considered if the SV is not accepted. I was a bit concerned that the way that motion was framed, it might suggest to some people that there were going to be consideration of some of the activities of the council and potentially the staff and some of the services we provide, even if there was an SV, and that is not the case. I do want to briefly say that I believe that it is important that we do retain these funds so that our services are not affected, so that the community can rely on the services that the council provides. And I also emphasise the point made by Councillor Smith that the net rates payable by the community is no greater because of this SV than it was prior to this. And it's brought about solely by the decision of the state government to say that a drainage levy is not appropriate and that it should be done through general rates. So I think it is important that we ensure that the community can rely on the council to provide the continuing services it does, and that we do ensure the financial viability so we don't slip into circumstances where we did some years back, where we did not have sufficient income to meet the financial obligations that the council had.
Thanks, Councillor Neal. So, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Daniels, you're fine. The councillor. Yep. All right. Yep. No other discussion. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright and Councillor McQuaid, and against is Councillor Lamont. So the motion is carried. Thank you. Next item agenda is item 4.3, Gosford CBD sites, proposed sale to University of Newcastle, finalisation of included items. Sites in 4.2
Mr. Mayor, I will be vacating the chamber, but it's been brought to my attention there's another matter in relation to the community grants, which also affects the university, and I apologise, but I omitted to declare an interest when I was on my feet earlier. Might I suggest that that item be resubmitted in my absence as well?
Can somebody, Councillor Lamont, can you turn off Councillor Neal's buzzer, please? It's off. All right. Oh, somebody's got it, thanks. Can I have a mover? Councillor Daniels, seconder. Councillor McQuaid. Councillor Daniels.
I'd just like to move the staff recommendation, please. And I'd also like to thank staff for working on this over the break. I've received a lot of really positive feedback about the university coming to Gosford. I think the community is very excited for it.
Thanks, Councillor Daniels. Councillor Lamont. Councillor Daniels, your buzzer. Thanks.
I'll just ask these questions as well, if we can stop the buzzer. I know they've been received by council, but has analysis ever been undertaken, and in particular since going to open market, comparing the proposed sale with ownership retaining alternatives? If not, why not? And if such an analysis has been done, can council be provided with it?
Through Mr Mayor, council, this report, that question isn't relevant for this report. The report deals, council has already resolved to execute the contract for sale. What this report deals with is the negotiations on the conditions for sale and provides councillors with an update. and that was a requirement of the December report to receive a further report on the conditions of sale. So,
Okay, so I'm just wondering, has it actually been done? Because I know we've been talking about selling that building for quite some time, so that's probably more my question. Has it ever actually been done?
I just repeat my previous answer, Councillor.
Okay. Given the inclusion of a 5-year resale clause, what strategic scenarios does council see where it may want or need to reacquire this asset within that timeframe, and why those scenarios do not justify retaining ownership now?
Through Mr Mayor, Councillor, that's a really good question. It's not really about our reacquisition, it's more about the university showing its good faith about that it's not going to on-sell the properties, and that it's actually proposing that in 2027 it will actually commence work to reuse the building for student accommodation. So it's part of the agreement with the uni that that they're actually proceeding very quickly, and that they're not just doing this to land bank or to on-sell these properties.
Thank you. Has council assessed, and I guess the answer is going to be based on what was answered in one, but anyway, has council assessed the strategic value of retaining key land holdings in the Gosford CBD to influence future precinct outcomes, and if so, where is that assessment? I guess there isn't one.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor, I agree it's the same as my first answer to the question. We do have a lot of, I can add more, we do have a number of key land holdings in the CBD beyond this, and we do broader property planning just generally about the future use of those, so that's for other properties.
Thank you. Can council provide a quantified annual holding costs of these buildings, and does council know how these costs compare to potential lease or partnership revenues under ownership retaining scenarios?
Yeah, it's probably the same as my first answer, Councillor. The holding costs, we're sort of past that stage with it. We're into the conditions. The conditions don't deal with the holding costs, but generally it's approximately $250,000 for council to maintain the site as it is at the moment from our assets team. And yes, we've got an understanding of the potential income that you could get from lending it out, and we've also got an understanding of the potential refurbishment costs.
Thank you, Director Nichols. I want to be very, if you want to start the clock now, that'd be great. I want to be very clear that I support the University of Newcastle coming to Gosford. They're already there. Like many Central Coast kids, one of our children has completed a degree at UON and is returning again this year. I support education, activation and a stronger Gosford CBD. What I do not support is the idea that selling this building outright is the only or best way to achieve it. This recommendation is fundamentally a one-off cash decision. Perhaps the executive team is worried about IPART not approving the drainage charge transfer, but what happens the following year? We sell a strategic CBD asset, we get a lump sum, and then next year we ask ourselves what's left to sell. Because once you start funding today's needs by tomorrow's assets, there is no reset button. By selling tomorrow's assets, there's no reset button. Gosford is growing, and yet we are proposing to sell a key CBD site now, during a period of transition before uplift is realised, and then comforting ourselves with a clause that says we can buy it back in 5 years' time at future market value. If this building is worth more in 5 years, and every indicator suggests it will be, council will have more to pay to get it back, and we know that's not going to happen, especially when we haven't got enough money for all the other important stuff like roads and drainage and everything else. That's not managing risk, it's actually locking in regret. It's removing our future choices. There is also a reason why many councils deliberately retain ownership of buildings in their CBDs, and I know council already has quite a few, so why not another one, especially strategic and one like that. Once a building like that is sold, the leverage is gone. The report talks a lot about reduced maintenance costs and reduced risk, but it does not seriously examine alternatives that would allow council retain ownership, long-term leasing, ground leases, stage arrangements or joint ventures. These options exist, still allow the university to occupy, refurbish and activate the building without council permanently giving up a strategic asset. What concerns me just as much is the message this sends. I put up a Facebook post, and some of you may have seen it recently, about the university and council selling that asset. I got hammered. People were overwhelmingly supported the university presence, but the most common sentiment was this: council should not be trusted with an asset like this, and that's why it should be sold. And maybe selling the asset proves exactly that point. Selling a city-shaping asset for a one-off cash injection without fully testing ownership, retaining options is not a good public asset management strategy. We shouldn't be asking how quickly can we sell this. We should be asking how do we keep value, control and public benefit in Gosford for the long term. For those reasons, I cannot support this recommendation as it stands, and I hope a few of you change your mind as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Moore. Councillor Smith.
Why does that keep happening, Mr. Mayor? Because I pressed the button. That's fine. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I will also be voting against this. And again, as I've said on previous occasions when this has come to council, I actually welcome, and I'm one of those people that is pretty excited about having University of Newcastle in Gosford. But like other councillors, I don't believe that council should be selling off our community assets, that it's short-term, short-sighted, and there are other opportunities. I understand the directors walked into this, and the CEO keeps telling us that it's council's decision, but it wasn't council's decision. It was the administrator's decision as he proceeded down a fire sale path that was not necessarily needed. I do have a question. I know that there is commentary about 73 to 75 Man Street, Gosford. Could I just ask through you to the CEO, Mr. Mayor, I think there was some commentary about that may be strategic for council. Could I just get, for council not to sell at this point, could I just get some clarity if that's appropriate in the council meeting about what that's about, please?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, so the sale will be for 49 to 51 and 55 to 71. That's the Broadwater site and the council admin building site. The other two sites aren't included. The one site that's up on Georgiana Terrace, and the other site that's on the northern end, up the library end. And that's, I think that's the 73 to 75 Man Street. So that's not included in this sale now. And it's the opportunity for council to consider what we do with that, and we come back with future reports for council about that site particularly.
So will that include coming back with options that do not, with the range of options, not just a sale option, because there is ongoing concern about that?
We come back with more reports to council about the site, and we don't have a sale process that's being concluded with Newcastle for that site, and it would be done separately, and council would have to go through that process.
And sorry, Mr. Mayor, I have tried to look at it on the map, and I am just trying to understand where those sites are. When you said Georgiana, is that up behind the con, or is that? Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be voting against. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Eaton.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to speak in favour of the motion. And I think this is the most exciting thing that you could do, that this council could do to invigorate and revitalise Gosford. Newcastle University didn't ask to lease it, they approached us to buy it. So if we don't agree, we risk losing that potential game changer for Gosford. For that reason, I think this is absolutely something that we have to do. And I don't need to say more than that. At the end of the day, this vote is, do you want to do something great for Gosford, or do you want to stop Gosford? I want to do something great.
Thanks, Councillor Eaton. No more, Councillor Castles?
Yes, just quickly. So obviously, if this goes ahead, there is a amount of money which is mentioned here as 23 million. Considering this is basically the sites are a community asset, will there be an opportunity, or can we make there be an opportunity for the community, should this go ahead, to actually have some input into at least some of the planning around how these funds may or may not be spent?
As I said, we'll be going into our budget planning processes next in the next couple of weeks, and coming out of that will be the annual plan. We will account for the income, and how we choose to use that income will go on exhibition, and will provide opportunity for the community to provide feedback in that regard. Ultimately, the proceeds will be funds that are available to the council to use, to save, to preserve for a particular purpose, but ultimately it'll be a decision of the elected group about how they may want to use those resources. That certainly hasn't got any funds allocated against, any uses allocated against it at this point in time.
Okay, all those in favour?
Mr Mayor, just on, I might just move an amendment, see if the mover will put this forward. Just an addition, that just based on the CEO's commentary then, that part 9, that any funds resulting from this sale are held in reserve for the former Gosford area. And I say that because this building was the Gosford Council building, and the people of that former boundary, that former community, should have an opportunity to benefit from this, since it was their building. It's not our building, it's their building. Would the mover accept that? Let's do it one step at a time. Will the mover accept that?
Councillor Reaton, were you accepting that? Councillor Reaton. Sorry, Councillor Daniels.
Sorry.
No, sorry. I think that the entire community should benefit from any money used on the Central Coast.
So Councillor Smith moved. Did you get a seconder for the amendment now? Councillor Walsh seconded it. So the amendment, all those in favour of the amendment, which was to add in number 9, which was the money to be spent in Gosford. So Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Lamont. That's it. And again. Yeah. And against the amendment, Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor. No, sorry, not Councillor McGregor. Sorry, Councillor McGregor. So Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Smith. Did you have your hand up there? No? Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright and Councillor McQuaid. Yeah. So, Councillor Eaton's motion, all those in favour? Councillor McKenna, sorry, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McQuaid. Against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. Councillor Daniels' motion is carried.
Mr Mayor, can I move a procedural motion while Councillor Neal is out, as she asked us to do, and that is to recommit item 4.7, which is the Community Support Grant Program, which has got the one allocation to the University of Newcastle. So the procedural motion will be to recommit it.
Yeah.
I think I still need a seconder for the procedural.
Councillor Wright, second. All those in favour?
And then you've got to resubmit 4.7.
Yeah, resubmit 4.7.
All right, and then I'll just move the committee recommendation.
Second by Councillor Nolan.
Second, what one was that?
Second to it, yeah. 4.7. So one was a procedural motion and the second was, now we're actually doing the substantive motion, 4.7.
Yes,
So
Councillor.
just put it in.
Second by Councillor Mullins.
Just removed it so that we can vote on it with Councillor Neal not in the room. That's all we're doing.
Any discussion? No? No discussion, just put all those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Councillor Neal was out of the room.
Can we get Councillor Neal back?
Yeah. Can somebody get Councillor Neal?
Because she hadn't declared an interest. So for
We'll just wait for Councillor Neal. Item 4.4, Lake Haven Cinema Complex Future Operation and Ownership. Councillor Ayton.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I'll move the staff recommendation, but also I did add a second paragraph to that I was adding to that, if that could be brought up.
Can I have a seconder while we're waiting? Councillor Mullins.
So I agree with scenario D. I have to say it's probably mea culpa. It's probably myself as the Mayor of Wyong at the time that thought the cinema at Lake Haven was a good idea, but that was in 2012 and 13, and things have changed a bit in the meantime. So you're responsible? So I'm responsible. I'm saying mea culpa. It was me that did it, and with the benefit of hindsight, maybe it shouldn't have been done. But it was a different time. And there was, well, there is still, it was a part of two developments on the lot. The other one was the Centrelink, or what is now Service Australia, which is still there and is paying a good income. So it was at least like the curate's egg, part good and part bad. Having said that, I do agree with what's in the report that quite likely the future use of the site is some sort of mixed use of retail and residential. And that's what the extra paragraph I've added is, simply ask for a report to have a look at that. And I suspect we may well want to start on that process, but that's a matter for the report. Not to say that I think the cinema should be given up now, but it may be, if current trends continue, that at some time in the future there'll have to be a redevelopment of that site.
Councillor Crowley.
Can I stay sitting down, please?
Can you what? Sorry?
Can I sit, please?
Yes,
while
of
I
course,
speak to you?
of course.
Thank you. I'd just like to move an amendment to Councillor Eaton's motion there. Just that I have some concerns about what might happen if it was sold off, or you know, something like that happens to it. I have concerns because there's not a real lot of stuff up that way in the way of entertainment venues and things like that at the northern part of the coast. So I'd just like to move an amendment that to assure us that it will stay a cinema or or a venue for community entertainment. I think point 2 of Councillor Eaton's motion needs to be removed as well.
Have you got a seconder, Councillor Crowley? Councillor Walsh? Councillor Eaton, will you accept that as part of your motion?
How surprising.
No. Okay. Would you like to speak on it now?
Well, I'm not very happy about that, I must say. Well, then agree, thank you. I mean, what happens if it gets sold off and turned into a big Bunnings store or something?
So,
Well,
any, Councillor
well-
Smith?
well, can we have an assurance that it won't get sold?
I don't,
No.
Councillor Crowley, can you put your buzzer out and Councillor Eaton will answer the question? Or,
by the staff, but I mean, any decision to sell off council property needs a council resolution through this chamber. I've got no intention, I mean, I would like to see it stay as a cinema, I'm just not sure the commercial realities are there.
Councillor Smith?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I am inclined to agree with part one, which I think is the medium-term lease, and considering other options. Like Councillor Crowley, I do think there should be broader consideration of options for that site rather than just commercial. So I would like to see, put an amendment up, and I am doing it on the fly. So adopt scenarios D while investigating options for future long-term use. I'm interested in finding out about the commercial property strategy in a minute, but maybe just for long-term use, including community, recreation and/or commercial. I do think 2 is premature because don't we need to investigate what those uses might be before we start considering rezoning? Well, we know the process about rezoning. We need to know what the actual use is going to be before you decide whether you get, it might be a replanting site. And look, Mr Mayor, I'm not entirely familiar with the site. I've looked on Google, I've had a good look at the report. I'd actually be interested in a site visit if other councillors were of a mind. So could I add a part 3 that staff organise a site visit for interested councillors to consider the site or the site options. If I have a seconder, Councillor Crowley, I think, is seconding that, unless Councillor Eaton was going to accept all of that. I think delete number 3. I don't think it's difficult to get an assurance at this point, but I do think the consideration of a range of options is the way to go, Councillor Crowley. And I think a site visit would be useful. So if I have are you accepting?
Well, I can't, Councillor Smith, with respect, I'm not quite sure what you're talking about.
Yeah, no, we're just trying to get the wording right. Adopt scenario C. Oh, sorry, D. Adopt scenario D. Sorry, that wording's not quite right, is it, Mr Director? Adopt scenario D, all long-term use. I've lost my... Sorry, if I could ask staff, put 1 back the way it was and I'll just wordsmith it a little bit. Sorry. Apologies. Adopt scenario D to test the market and engage an operator for a medium-term lease while investigating options for future long-term use, including community recreation and/or commercial. Did that make sense? That's
uses, commercial retail,
Mhm.
bottom, potentially residential above.
Okay, will you take out the premature rezoning if I put in the resident?
It was just a report, wasn't it?
Yeah, but we don't need a report until we know what we're doing with it.
Well, we need to what Scott currently allows. Just to receive a report in the future, possible uses of the site.
That time staff spending running that report, they could work on potholes.
They're not the same stuff, that's right.
Mr Mayor, I think this is deteriorating. You're a rebel.
We're just waiting on the words going up here. There's a bit of banter going on up there.
Meeting with this one, investigating options for future long-term use. So is that the one that we're working on that's on the screen? Okay. Can I just, I'll adopt scenario D while investigating options for use, and then almost delete the rest of that for future longer term use, including or such as community, recreation, commercial, and or residential. And that's a full stop then. I think the next one gets removed. And that a site visit be organised for interested councillors by the end of March. Would that be a reasonable timeframe?
Through Mr Mayor, councillor, would take us longer than the March meeting. It would
Sorry?
take us longer than March, councillor, to do this report.
No, it's just for the site visit by the end of March. Sorry. Director, is that okay? Is that okay? Commercial and all community, and all can be a combination.
Yeah, all right. I've given up. You've worn me into it.
Excellent.
So then you
Everybody, can you write that down?
you want to take out the middle paragraph, correct?
Yes, I do. Councillor Crowley, are you happy with that? The seconder? Well, that is first one. That I'm happy to do while investigating all options for future longer-term use. Is that okay? Yeah, including.
So, Councillor Eaton, are you fine with this?
He's given in. He's given in.
Yeah.
It's my motion now. Oh, it's Sedeli's motion. Okay. Good with it? Yeah. Okay. May I now just ask a question, if I may? And it was in relation to the term, I think, was it the commercial strategy? Sorry. Yep, sure. Which bit? That council organises the site visit. Yes, organises the word in there, please.
Through Mr Mayor, councillor, Councillor Smith, there's a bit that's dropped off number 1, which was at the end of that, which says, as set out in the confidential attachment A, as its preferred position in relation to future operation and ownership of the Lake Haven Cinema Complex. That's important to add to it because that deals with the lease arrangement for the medium term.
Okay, absolutely. Did we want to make sure we get that in there right now?
Yes.
Yep. I might add something really sneaky.
We'll see. I've still got the motion, so I don't know.
Could be an amendment.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah. Councillor Smith?
I'm just checking that that wording is correct. But I can ask my question. My question was about the commercial property strategy. Do councillors know about that? Has that come to a economic committee, or is that something internal, or what is that? Please.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Councillor, we're working on it as part of the deliverables for this financial year, and there'll be reports to council coming up over this next 6-month period.
So are there some principles that underpin that strategy? Have they come to council?
Through you, Mr Mayor. Councillor, we can provide reports at a later date. We haven't provided any information as yet to council.
Well, can I just ask the question through you, Mr Mayor, to the Director? Is the commercial property strategy about selling off council assets?
Through you, Mr Mayor. Council, it's about using the commercial property portfolio better. It's not about selling or other, it's about how we get the best value out of the portfolio and how we use it. And it deals with a whole range of different things. It's not about just selling off assets, it's about using our assets better.
Okay, so when would we expect to get further information, the reports that you're talking about? Could we put a time frame on that, please?
We're working on it this financial year, Councillor.
Okay, so could we note, part 4, note that that council will receive a further report on the commercial property strategy by the end of June. Is that okay? Well, it figures in a couple of reports now, and I don't think we know anything about it, do we?
The word is Councillor Reaton, Councillor Smithy and Councillor Crowley. Are you happy
Sorry,
with the words?
Councillor Reaton, were you adding that part 4 for me or not?
Yeah, I'm happy to take that.
Okay.
I don't think it's related particularly, but...
So there is a part 4 that a report, the council receive a further report on the commercial property strategy by the end of June, please. Thank you.
So I've accepted all that, Mr Mayor.
Yep. We'll just wait for that to go up on the screen. Yep. So, Councillor Crowley, you are fine with the changes? Yep. And Councillor Eaton, so now, Councillor Smith, you're happy that we just go with Councillor Eaton's motion now?
Yes, but I would like to see whether Councillor Crowley.
Yeah, Councillor Crowley's accepting as well. Yep. All right. After all that, thank you. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Next item on agenda is 4.5 Curie Cup Knockout 2026. Councillor Milne.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I've got some wording to come up by Civic Services.
Can I have a seconder while we're Councillor Eaton?
I'm sorry, I rise to support the staff recommendation number 2 in the report. Thank you, Civic Services. I rise to move staff option number 2 in the report as it provides the most responsible balance between supporting this event while protecting Council's financial position. The Koori Knockout is one of the largest cultural and sporting gatherings in this country. When Council hosted the event in 2019 and again in 2023, it generated significant economic benefit for the Central Coast, over $7 million in the first event and $10.5 million respectively, and it strongly aligns with our community's strategic plan by celebrating First Nations culture and attracting major events. But we also know the event places substantial pressure on traffic, parking, waste, security and our facilities. The report is clear. Professional event management is essential and without Council cannot reasonably absorb the full $421,000 cost without placing pressure on future budgets. I believe that option 2 is the most prudent model to support this event. Option 2 will allow Council to provide in-kind support of $213,600, showing our strong commitment to the event, while the remaining $208,000 in external event management costs is covered by gate takings rather than our ratepayers. This approach keeps the event viable, protects council's long-term financial plan, and the responsibilities are shared appropriately between council and the other event organisers. For those reasons, I commend option 2 to the chamber. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Milland. Councillor Castles?
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Councillor Mooland. Yes, I also think it's a fantastic event to have here on the coast, and do support the option 2 that you've actually put up here. I would also like to just mention too that one of the matters that was raised was the fact that, you know, we know there are lots and lots of people who come along to this particular event, which is brilliant. Are there any opportunities through you, Mr. Mayor, in terms of other grounds also being available or used if it's sort of absolutely at capacity at the Tuggerah Regional Sporting Complex, or is that just would not work for this type of event?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We've talked to the providers about this, and they say it's more of a cultural thing to have everyone there at the same time, so they're not interested in separating it.
Any other discussion, Councillor Smith?
Just a question, Mr. Mayor, and I very much support this in principle. I know it's been hugely successful on previous occasions. I did just and sorry, I just didn't quite understand what was going on there. So the 213,600 is in kind, and the 208 is an actual cost, but we're expecting that to be paid for through gate takings. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that is correct. We've done a full analysis of the cost to run the event.
Yeah.
The way the event works is it's provided there is income for gate takings, for vendors and all that sort of income, and the group that run it are entitled to that, but we're asking them to pay for part of it as part of this.
Okay, and is that how it's been in previous years? I certainly saw the 213 in previous years, but was the 208 arrangement in previous years, or is that a new part of this?
So, through you, Mr. Mayor, in previous years we've allowed the event holders to look after the security, the parking, and a lot of traffic management and all that. That's where a lot of the problems have come, the litter collecting. So the choices were we run it all as council to make sure everything goes to plan, because of the amount of impact it has on the local businesses. In the previous 2 events, there was substantial parking opposite the supercentre. That parking's not there anymore, so we're probably down 400 to 500 parking spots. So traffic management, off-site parking is going to be a lot more intense this time, and issues from the past. So while a lot of these costs were funded, like security was funded by the previous holders, we're saying, no, we want to take charge of it, you pay for it, but we're going to control it to make sure nothing goes wrong.
Okay, and could I just ask Mr. Mayor, last question. I know when we've talked about the facility, which is fantastic, but one of the other issues besides parking is accommodation nearby. And I know in previous Corey Cups, I've had people at Terrigal saying, how do I get to this place? Is there any opportunity, or is there any concierge sort of function in the organisation of this around accommodation or assisting with accommodation, or is that maybe that's something that could be considered in future events?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do actually identify how much accommodation is available on the Central Coast. That's through the large motels, caravans, Airbnbs, camping grounds, and not just was the last 2 times they come, they were booked out the Central Coast. They were staying Lake Macquarie. Yeah. It books it all out. It does. The downside is it is on the long weekend in October, so it's already a busy period. But they all tend to find accommodation, even if they have to drive and catch the train, because the train does come directly to Tuggerah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. No other questions? All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Next item is 4.6 minutes of the advisory group and committee meetings held in quarter 2, 2025-26. Do we mover? Do we mover?
I'll move.
Councillor Smith. Seconder, Councillor Castles.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just start this more for question. I did think we had a resolution on the books to invite the chair of the ARIC to present to the councillors, and I was wondering if that was being organised, if that was in train.
I'm just looking at my Chief Governance Officer, but that invitation has been provided to the chair, but ultimately as an independent advisory group, it is up to the chair to make that determination.
And when does Mr Millington finish his term?
In April, March.
So we're not expecting that he's going to present to councillors before he finishes his term, if nothing's been organised so far? And I'm not picking on him in particular, I'm just saying he's been chair for a number of years. It would be nice to get a presentation from him.
Yeah, I can seek further advice on what his views are at this point.
I guess it surprises me that this is an advisory committee to council and we're saying they have no responsibility to provide actual advice to council. Is that what your understanding is?
The guidelines provide that the formal collaboration with the ARIC is through the councillor representative on the committee.
Okay, and my next question is just the timing of these minutes coming to council. Again, they're meant to be providing advice to us. We're not, and I note that the report said there are no recommendations to come to council, which kind of is interesting. So could I please request that these reports come, because I think they're unconfirmed, the ones that we've seen. So there shouldn't be any reason for a further delay that September report doesn't come to us until late January. Could we ensure that after the ARIC meetings, the report comes to the next council meeting, please? Do I need to, well, actually I should, just to be sure. Could I just then add a part 2 that in future the unconfirmed minutes of the ARIC will be presented to the following ordinary council meeting, ordinary meeting of council?
Just waiting.
Yes, accepting the typos, but yes, so that's a part 2 and number 2. So if the seconder supports that, yep. Thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay, any other discussion? No? All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Next item agenda is 5.1, notice of motion amending standing committee.
Mr Mayor, I did have an urgency motion that I put forward.
No, they're at the end.
Sorry, that's the second time. I thought I had to establish urgency, my bad.
Yeah, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll move the motion, and if I have a seconder, I will speak to it.
Councillor Lamont. Yep.
Mr Mayor, look, I haven't prepared a long speech about this because I know I have expressed this view, but the standing committees, I believe, a duplication of effort, you know, using staff resources that could be used in better ways. and not good governance in terms of our decision-making process. I note that in the item on the stormwater drainage levy, when council staff were asked how will we save money, changing the committees was one of the top things that appeared in that list. So I would seriously and genuinely ask councillors to consider a better way of doing it, that we replace those standing committees with 2 ordinary council meetings per month, that the business that goes to the standing committees go to the council meeting so that they can be resolutions on that occasion. This duplication of reports going to a standing committee and then coming to a council meeting, and quite frankly, we all take that opportunity to re-prosecute that case and hope to get the best outcome for a community. It shouldn't be a 2-step process, it should be a 1-step process. So I would hope that councillors would see that there is really useful work and significant work that we should be doing, and duplicating these discussions, duplicating these reports, wasting staff money when we could be more efficient and demonstrate good governance would be a better way to go. So I commend the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Lamont.
I want to start by putting on record that I think it's been acknowledged in one of our previous meetings that a professional hired by council has come into this chamber and actually recommended that we do go to 2 ordinary council meetings and abandon the standing committees. So that's already on record, but we'll just remind everyone that we've been told to go that way. But at its core, this motion is responding to several clear and recurring problems with our current standing committee structure: duplication of debate, procedural inefficiency, fragmented decision-making, and most importantly, reduced transparency and accessibility for the community. Matters are often debated in committees and repeated to council, or alternatively, progress through minutes that are later adopted in bulk, creating confusion about where decisions are actually being made. Those issues are not theoretical, they're being noticed and criticised by the community. And that's where I want to focus my comments. Since the introduction of the current standing committee model, there has been consistent and concerning feedback from residents about how difficult it has become to follow council business when they do, because of the standing committees. Here are 2 comments I found in addition to the Coast Community News. There are more on social media, but I'm not going through all of them. This is last November. Instead of introducing fortnightly meetings to address the impossibly overfull monthly agenda, council has set up committee structures which further disengage public participation. September. Residents' open agendas stuck with hundreds of pages of motions buried in jargon and no plain English explanation of what's really at stake. It gets worse. Major items often slip through standing committees. They sit hidden meeting minutes, then those minutes are adopted in bulk. In effect, decisions with big financial or planning impacts pass without proper debate or public scrutiny. That's not democracy, it's governance by stealth. If a decision affects the community, it should be discussed openly, not quietly signed off in a bundle of paperwork. The Coast deserves councillors who front up, explain what's being voted on, and make decisions where the people can see them. Anything less is contempt for ratepayers that they serve. So, okay, whether you agree with every characterisation of those messages or not, the message is clear. People feel shut out of the process, and that perception matters. Governance isn't judged by how defensible it is internally, but by how transparent it is publicly. The thing is, people in this room can't always follow what's happening, so how can we expect the community to? We're here to listen and serve the community, not selectively, and not just when it suits us. If our meeting structure is creating confusion, disengagement, or the impression that decisions are being made out of sight, then it's our responsibility to address that. The motion is also consistent with advice previously acknowledged in this chamber. This is not a radical proposal. Other councils do it. It reflects best practice. And once again, I think this is the 3rd time I've actually stood up and spoken about this. I'm asking for other councils to vote for this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Lamont. Councillor Neal.
Yes, Mr. Mayor,
Councillor Lamont, can you put your buzzer, please?
I don't seek to speak directly in this motion, but to suggest that I've actually had discussion with a number of councillors about this issue. There is general dissatisfaction with the way the committee structure is working, or should I say not working, and whether we are getting the best outcomes that we can. I would suggest that there might be an opportunity for a group of councillors to get together, maybe that represent a difference, and actually try and work out a proposition that might work better, that we can all agree on. I am deeply concerned. I'll be supporting this motion because I think it's a better option that we have presently, but I don't know if it will be successful. I would prefer to see, with the agreement of the chamber, a further consideration of what options are preferable and that everyone can agree on, rather than have this motion be put up and lose. There might be some indication of whether there is an agreement on doing so.
Is that put an amendment forward to that to add to the motion?
I'd be willing to add a part, Councillor Neal, if we thought we could find something. Mr. Mayor, could I provide a report? It could, okay, so maybe, look, I guess we've only heard people speaking for this motion. It would be nice to get an against, like hear the against argument. Otherwise, I'm assuming it's going to be a unanimous vote. But in the likely scenario that it won't be, I'd be willing to, and I know this has been deferred continually, if there was agreement from those that are intending on voting against, that we could defer this and councillors, the Mayor might facilitate a workshop with interested councillors or facilitate a discussion with interested councillors about options of improving or replacing the committee structure. Mr. Mayor, is that something you... I don't think that breaches the code of meeting practice, does it, staff? For the Mayor to have a meeting? Oh, well, no, he had a meeting before here in his office, so it can't. Mr. Mayor, would you entertain supporting that if I deferred this on the basis that you might have a discussion or bring together interested councillors to discuss some options?
I'm not in favour of your motion, so I'd be happy if all the councillors wanted to do it, but at the moment I'll be voting against the current motion.
Well, I'm not talking about my motion, I'm talking about deferring the motion and considering a range of options.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that, yeah.
So defer this item, or could lay it on, can you lay it on the table and then have another motion? No, I don't think you can. But
You can lay it, of course you can lay it on the table and it'll just come up
but
next.
have a part B that says that the Mayor convene or consult.
No, if you lay it on the table, you've got to lay it on the table.
Okay, so can I defer this item that requests that the Mayor facilitate a discussion with interested councillors on options and alternatives to the existing committee structure? Would it be worthwhile getting an external consultant in to facilitate that? Yeah, that's a great idea. 2 potholes. Yeah, how much is a pothole worth?
All right, so are we on the table?
Defer this item, and so 1 is defer this item. Part 2 is request that the Mayor facilitate a discussion with interested councillors to consider options and alternatives to the current committee structure and process.
Yep.
And would the CEO provide sufficient funds to engage, or is that not necessary?
The issue is that the change of the code of meeting practice and the removal of briefings has fundamentally changed the way that councils operate. So our current structure is probably, for those people who've been on council for a long, long time, what was perhaps the common practice from the 80s through to the early 2000s, I guess. And what happened after 2000 was the councils over time moved to briefings and then a monthly meeting. The whole idea is the committee structure is designed, the current split committee system is designed to allow councils to a large extent to have two bites of the cherry so that they can reconsider their decision if things change. And, because having to deal with something the first time you've seen it, you've had 3 days notice and all of a sudden you've got to vote on something that might be very, very important. And if you had more information, you might get it wrong. That's the whole idea, and that's where we've moved to. We've now got a situation where the briefing model is outlawed effectively, and I don't think anybody really knows what the solution is going to be to ensuring that councillors are as informed as possible to make the best possible decisions. And so I don't think it's anybody's an expert, and if you look at what all the councils are doing, they're trying to do something, and most of their responses are different, to ensure that the elected group are given the most amount of information in the best possible time to make the right decisions. Because, we're a $1 billion organisation, and you've got to make, if one wrong decision can be very, very expensive. So an external consultant might add some value, but in the end, nobody's really an expert in this brave new world that we've been launched into.
So I'm not sure that answers the question.
And after listening to that, I'm not prepared to do it.
Sorry?
Because it's an unknown cost, so I'm not prepared to do it. I've changed my mind, so just vote on the motion.
Oh, so you're not going to do it? Ah, okay. Well, look, let's vote on it. You can vote against it. I mean, I'm still going to put that as the motion, Mr. Mayor. It's your choice. If your leadership role involves refusing to convene a group of councillors to discuss your workshop model, let's go for it.
Yeah, it'd be good to have a workshop for 4 or 5 councillors. It's interesting, isn't it? Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Early in our term, our CEO approached a number of us councillors at the end of a workshop day. I can't remember exactly if it was one of the workshops where Ms. Roach was in attendance, but I actually think it was. I'll stand corrected if I need to be. And spoke informally to a number of us councillors about the need for this new council how important it was for this new council to build trust and to be transparent with our community, and I couldn't have agreed more. We very quickly, though, moved to a model that has really reduced council's ability to build that trust and to build that transparency. When the standing committee structure was proposed, I was certainly one of the councillors who emailed Director Rakalamera with my concerns about the proposed model, very much based on lots and lots of issues I raised, but very much based on the lack of community transparency with the community. So I feel very disappointed that Mr. Mayor has just declined to actually help facilitate a better process for us moving forward. I certainly support this motion, and I feel that we raise issues of trust and transparency and literally then just flick them off. It's like if we raise them, we've said the words, and maybe the community will listen to us and actually believe us, and they don't. And the structure as it stands with our monthly meetings and the standing committees in between provides such enormous challenges to our community to be well involved with what's happening. And when we talk about councillors having enough time and enough access to information to make the right decisions, well, we want to make those right decisions based on what is what we view and what we have assessed is right for our community. So the emphasis shouldn't just be on councillors having adequate access to documents and information and so forth. It needs to also include adequate access for our community to be able to have a contribution, a significant contribution, so that we actually feel like we can say that we are representing our community in a way that is transparent and hopefully look towards building trust with them. Because I think if anybody in this room was to say that we currently have trust with our community, I think that would be completely false and is a fallacy. So while there might be trust from individual constituents with individual councillors, and that's a good thing, across the board, in a broad sense, that it's certainly not the case. So thank you.
Councillor McQuaid.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it was Councillor Smith that asked to hear from someone that's opposing, well, the original motion and now the amendment. That would be myself, Mr. Mayor. And I'd just like to go through why I would be opposing it. The current, and I'd like to acknowledge Councillor Walsh, Councillor Mont's comments as well. The current structure, in my opinion, currently does work. It is fair, it is, and it is transparent. The reason why I will be opposing this amendment that was put up is because if we do this, that adds more time to our professional lives. And we've got people with young families here, we've got people that travel to Sydney, we've got CEOs, teachers, and if we do move to a program where it's every 2 weeks, whilst dealing with constituents, taking calls, dealing with the correspondence, dealing with our own personal lives. For example, I'm currently working 20 to 22 hours per day to currently keep up with this current process. If we move to this suggested one, I am speaking to the motion. Okay, no worries, I'll reword that, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, and I've said that I'm not going to do that now, so we're actually speaking on motion. Yeah.
Okay, so, all right. I acknowledge your concerns there, Councillor Smith, but it goes to the original motion through this amendment. And I'm telling you why I'm speaking against it. Can I continue? Yeah, so it goes back to our professional and personal lives. For me personally, I cannot commit any more time, and I think the suggested amendments makes it near impossible for myself, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor McQuaid. Councillor Lamont.
Just a couple of questions, just something on if Councillor Smith doesn't mind. I'm not sure how it's actually adding more time to or taking away from our personal lives, because most councillors are here twice a month anyway, or watching.
Councillor Mont's already spoken.
Well, are we going to cut out time? It's a democracy, isn't it? Or are we just going to?
Yeah, but is this a question, Councillor
Lamont? It is a question. I'm not speaking. So I'll go back to the question. I won't go there. But would you consider having a workshop without an external consultant?
No.
Even so, you're not going to do it with a consultant?
I just said I wasn't going to do it before. Okay. Councillor Eaton.
I'll just formally speak against it and then move the motion be put.
Yeah. Councillor Smith? No. All right. All those in favour of the motion? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McQuaid, and I'll use my casting vote, so the motion has been lost. Next item on the agenda is 5.2, notice of motion, transparency and staff engagement survey results. Councillor Lamont.
Yeah, I'll move the motion. Do I need?
Can I have a seconder? Councillor Walsh.
Okay, I'll start off with, I know councillors got questions on the agenda item. If I can refer, I don't know whether we can put them up, but I think if I can repeat one of them, I think the response, I asked the CEO whether my motion, what the legal, strategic or policy implications of my motion would be, and he did give me an answer stating that it caused problems retaining and attracting staff if we actually started providing results to staff surveys. Now, if I can ask through you, Mr Mayor, if I can ask this question, I just want to quote something. This is from Singleton Council. It's one thing for an organisation to say it's a great place to work, but it's something else when entirely when the team says we're getting it right. It's a powerful reflection of the culture and commitment shared by everyone at Singleton Council. Mr Fitzpatrick Barr said the result reflected the strength and diversity of Council's employees, united by a shared purpose to create community. This award confirms that the approach we've taken doesn't just make Singleton a great employer, but an industry leader. So they've done staff engagement surveys, and they've done really well, and they've really worked well for the council. So I'm not sure how we can say they're not going to help the council. But I want to briefly respond to the CEO's comments on this notice of motion, because I think there is a real disconnect between what is being proposed and what is being suggested in the response. First, the CEO's response emphasises confidentiality and de-identification. I agree that staff engagement surveys must protect individual privacy and be handled responsibly. Nothing in this motion undermines that. So I want to be clear about what this motion is and what it is not. This motion does not ask to access raw data. It does not ask for individual responses. It does not ask to direct operational decisions or interfere in staff management. What it asks is for high-level, aggregated information that allows councillors and the community to understand the overall health of this organisation. Staff engagement, workplace culture and wellbeing are not just internal operational matters. They are well-recognised indicators of organisational risk, service delivery capability, governance maturity and public confidence. This is acknowledged in ARIC reporting and other governance frameworks. I would also make this broader point about consistency in how we approach transparency. Council publishes high-level financial information every month. We routinely report budget performance, cash position and financial sustainability because we recognise financial transparency underpins public trust and good governance. Yet our workforce, our people, underpin everything council does. Service delivery, compliance, infrastructure, community engagement and organisational culture all depend on the health, capability and wellbeing of our staff. Despite that, we do not routinely provide councillors or the community with high-level information about staff engagement or organisational culture in the same way we do for financial performance. This motion seeks to address that imbalance in a proportionate and responsible way. Instead of what the NOM proposes, the CEO response suggests that alternative pathways are reporting through annual report, a confidential closed session briefing or inclusion within the CEO's performance review. Each of those options shifts the intent of this motion. A closed session briefing or CEO performance review reframes that staff engagement as a confidential management issue rather than an organisational health issue relevant to governance and public accountability. What this motion proposes is more about balanced and proportionate approach. It asks for high-level summary only, aggregated to preserve privacy, focused on themes, participation, broad actions, provided to councillors for governance oversight and shared publicly to reinforce transparency and trust. This approach is consistent with good governance practice. Other councils already publish high-level staff engagement outcomes without compromising privacy or operational independence. This is also about confidence of staff that their feedback matters, confidence for councillors that we understand organisational risks, and confidence for the community that council operates openly and responsibly. For these reasons, I believe the approach set out in the notice of motion is reasonable, proportionate and better aligned with our governance responsibilities than the alternatives suggested. Finally, I think it is important that we consider the risks and implications of not adopting this motion. This motion does not create risk, it reduces it. Without access to high-level information about staff engagement and organisational culture, councillors are being asked to exercise governance oversight without visibility of a key indicator of organisational health. Workforce wellbeing underpins service delivery, financial performance and risk management and community confidence. Again, in the same way, we routinely receive high-level financial information to support informed decision-making. Providing aggregated staff engagement information strengthens transparency, supports early identification of issues, and improves governance outcomes. In my view, the greater risk lies in not adopting a proportionate, transparent approach such as the one proposed in this motion. I'd also like to, I've added two additional points to this motion. If I can have them up, please. I emailed it this afternoon. Yeah, I'll try sending it again. Yep. I've got them here if you want to type them out. Okay. They're just down there. Thanks, Ed. And the next page. Let's see if we can find them. I'm trying to. Sorry. Does anyone? Would anyone like to speak as a seconder or anything while we're waiting for the amendments? I guess.
Councillor Eaton's. While we're doing that, getting those words up, Councillor Eaton, you want to speak?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I've got an amendment which I did send through the Civic, so they should be able to bring that up. It basically is items 1 and 2 of the notice of motion and item 3, which picks up the CEO's comments that says the information should be published in the high-level results to be published in the annual report. So that's what the amendment says, and I've taken aboard the CEO's comments. So if this is, I don't think I need to speak more, but obviously I'll need a seconder for it to go ahead.
Can I have a seconder for Councillor Miller? Councillor Walsh, could you just turn your buzzer off for a wee minute? Yeah, Councillor Neil.
The references to high level, what does high level mean?
We, our headline measure is what we call EPNS, Net Promoter Score, which is essentially, we ask a question, would you recommend the organisation to your friends and family as a good place to work? And that measure is, we ask different questions each survey, but that particular question is a consistent question we've asked throughout each survey, and we're able to track that over time. And it uses a measure, a common industry, well, not even industry, employer-wide measure, worldwide measure, where if you rate it 1 to 6, you're seen as being a detractor, so it gives you a negative score. If you rate it 7 and 8, it gives you a 0. And if you rate it a 9 or 10, in response to that, it gives you a positive. And you add the negatives and positives, and the net result is our high-level measure of staff satisfaction, and you can track that over time. That's one of our key measures. In terms of high-level results, we would measure those. I would anticipate what we'll do is we'll provide a key level of staff numbers. The annual report's full of a whole range of staff pieces of information, but it's not put together. What we could do is put something like the EPNS, which is staff survey results. We can put some safety issues, a range of staff measures together in a small staff section in the annual report, which is available to the community, so document a record. Yeah, so that's what high level would be, and it'd talk about some of the key themes. The issue with the staff survey, when you get down to, like, we have roughly 1,400 people complete that survey when it's done. You know, somewhere between 1,200 and 1,500 people complete the survey. And, you know, the issues that are raised are between, you know, are very, very localised. You know, my supervisor doesn't give me any overtime to quite high level stuff. So, you know, pulling key themes out is quite interesting in an incredibly diverse workforce where we have dog catchers and people who clear sewer chokes and librarians, and we have a very, very diverse and complex workforce.
Councillor Lamont, that's your amendment?
Can I just ask a question about, in regards to that amendment, when's Council's next annual report coming out? Because that date seems to be different from what I've seen. Like
The annual report comes out every October.
So we've done 24, 25.
I'd be happy to provide the information now, but what I'm saying is on a standing basis, I think it's an appropriate thing to include in the annual report.
I agree, but what I'm saying is 24, 25 October, that's like another, 9 months away. So I'm just wondering, can we bring forward the results that possibly could have been in last year's annual report?
No, the last survey we did was in August.
Yep.
And so that's in this financial year. So we do them every year. We did them, we did a number of surveys in quick succession because we had, as you could imagine, post the financial crisis when 1 in 4 people lost their jobs. We had some really significant issues with, you know, staff engagement and morale. And so we did a number of surveys over a short period of time, and now we've stabilised. We've been doing them on an annual basis.
Councillor Lamont, will you accept Councillor Eaton's amendment?
No.
No? Okay.
No, I'd like to go back to mine, and if people can actually see the 2 points that I've got.
Just to see what councillors' other additions were would be useful.
Yeah. And Councillor Mooland was seconder to Councillor Eaton's amendment.
And if you want to change 6 to annual report, I don't mind if we go with number 6 to be requested the high-level summary referred to in clause 3 be provided on an annual basis no later than 2 months after completion of, or in the annual report. If people are happy with that. Yep. So if we can change point 6 to request that high-level summary referred to in clause 3 be provided on an annual basis no later than 2 months after, instead of in two months, we can just make it in the annual report.
Yeah, he's Councillor Milland. No, we're just getting some wording changed there. Is that it, Councillor Lamont? Yep, Councillor Milland.
I'd like to speak to the amendment if I can. I fully support the publication of the results. I think it's really important, and I'm glad it's being discussed tonight. Just a question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CEO. How are we trending? You said we've done a number of surveys since the financial crisis. And are we benchmarking with other councils?
The benchmarks we do are actually essentially with worldwide measures. We have been the measure has been consistently improving for the last 5 years, from a very, very bad result, as I said, when a significant number of people lost their job and the organisation was in a very difficult position. But the last 5 surveys have shown improvement, and we're now in the above average band for outcomes.
Councillor Smith?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I did just want, I did read the CEO's response, but I can't, could we just go back to Councillor Lamont's motion, if that's okay? Could I just clarify which particular bits of the motion, through you, Mr Mayor, to Mr Farmer, are the most problematic? Like, is it a case of just chopping out parts of it, or is it the intent or tone, or is there, which is the particularly problematic part of the motion?
The matters before the council, we've provided our commentary, and there's nothing.
Okay, so you don't have a problem with any of it?
We've provided responses,
And so that's what I'm just asking you about. So is it a particular part, or is it all of it? Yeah, thank you. It's a straightforward question. I'm not trying to trick anybody. I'm just trying to ask.
Having been the person who drafted that response, I'll answer that through the mayor to you, councillor. Just to make really clear that the information that I've provided is not outlining a particular problem that I had with the issue. It was simply stating that there were a number of implications should we go down this path. Some of those implications are potentially positive. They're not all necessarily negative. It was for the benefit of the councillors that I provided you with all of that information. And in addition to the CEO commentary on the motion, there was also the additional information in the questions asked, and that information's been provided to all councillors outlining the different implications of that. Probably the biggest thing that we just need to keep in mind is that when the surveys were promoted to staff, we provided that survey outlining how the information would be used and who it would be shared with, and at that point we did not indicate that it would be shared with council or the community, and we just need to work through that with our staff because they answered on the grounds of who it was shared with. I do recognise that the NOM that came in as a notice did include listing high-level actions, and again, my response provided a number of options which also talked about providing high-level information, and so they're substantially similar in those lines. I did, however, want councillors to understand that there were a number of implications. So, for example, although our results are positive at the moment, should they go down in the future and we continue to make that public in a certain format, that will have implications. At the moment, that they would be positive implications, and that's a fantastic thing. I will just also highlight that the singleton example provided also only provided very high level outcomes, so a single sentence outcomes, and that's what we would be proposing to provide as well. But substantially, the motion and the response are not too dissimilar. It was just really a matter of pointing out some information that all council needed to be aware of. In saying that, what I'm referring to is the motion as it appears in the paper and not the live motion that we're dealing with at the moment, which is the
Thank you.
amendment.
That's helpful. Can I just ask then, what are the staff told the purpose of the survey is then, if that, and how it will be used?
So staff are informed that the purpose of the survey is so that we can understand their views and that we can respond to them appropriately. There's obviously a lot more detail around that, and I would be happy to share that with councillors. I don't have the exact documentation in front of me, but we are very clear that it is internal use only, that it will be provided, de-identified trend analysis data to their supervisors who will then work on action plans with individual areas.
Okay, so could I just speak to this on a little bit? And I'm not even sure if I'm speaking for or against a motion or the amendment, but I would just make the comment that, you know, a board of directors or a governing body of council does have a role to play in the culture in an organisation, and as you well know. And I think it's really difficult for us to understand the culture if we don't have some kind of feedback, whether it be high level, whether it be anonymous, whether it be something else, that I do think there is a stronger role, at least in this period of transitioning from administration into a new council and forward planning. The councillors need to get an understanding of what the level of satisfaction and what the issues and what the cultural problems and benefits are within the organisation. So I don't know if this is the right motion, but I would really, and I don't know how to get it through since we know this motion probably isn't going to get up, but I really would ask that in some way there does be an opportunity for this board or this governing body to get a better feedback loop that comes from the staff surveys, and maybe in the next staff survey you could alter how this will be used so that it does allow for at least the councillors to get a better feedback loop on how our culture is going, how our level of satisfaction and performance is within the organisation. That is a matter for this governing body and for a board of directors, if that's what you want to call it. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor Milland.
Mr Mayor, I just want to clarify with the move of the amendment. The CEO has stated in his report the high-level information and driving themes could be shared with the council confidentially as part of the annual performance review of the CEO. Did you include that in your amendment? Can we add that statement? Would you be happy to?
Can you repeat that again, Councillor Milland, as well, so the civic support those words?
Okay. If the mover of the amendment can add, the high-level information and driving themes could be shared with council confidentially as part of the annual performance review of the CEO.
Is that council laws or just the little select panel?
Yeah. If the move of the amendment, it should be with all councillors. Because we are looking at the review of that review panel at the moment, so.
You happy with that, Councillor Rean? Yep. Any further discussion? No. So on the amendment, Councillor Eaton's amendment, all those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Millen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh. Unanimous. Thank you. And now the amendment becomes a motion. All those in favour of the motion? Unanimous. Thank you. Item 5.3, notice of motion, housing crisis solutions. Councillor Rean.
I'll move it as printed. I think I've made it fairly self-explanatory, so I'll only speak if there's opposition or questions.
Can I have a seconder, Councillor Milland? Councillor Walsh.
Yes. So thank you, Mr Mayor. Just wanting to clarify, this is the one on the housing, yes.
Yeah, housing crisis solutions.
So through you, Mr Mayor, acknowledging that the housing crisis does demand urgent action, this motion represents a misdiagnosis of the problem and a deeply inequitable policy response that shifts responsibility away from governments and markets and onto individuals, specifically in this instance older homeowners, while delivering disproportionate tax concessions to those that typically are already pretty asset secure. It rewards asset ownership rather than housing need. It's a regressive policy design in this way. It entrenches intergenerational inequality, diverts public revenue away from universal solutions like social and affordable housing, and public money should not be used to shield private income streams from taxation, while essential services and housing programs remain underfunded. Instead, it proposes that retirees should fill the gap by turning their homes into informal, unregulated boarding arrangements. And this is not a housing strategy, it is policy abdication. Housing affordability is a structural market failure driven by decades of investor-focused tax settings, planning decisions favouring profit over need, and underinvestment in public housing. It cannot be solved by relying on voluntary, atomised household decisions. The motion is silent on critical issues including tenancy rights and protections, minimum standards and safety, privacy, security and power imbalances, and discrimination risks. Room rental arrangements in private homes often involve short-term, insecure tenure, no access to standard lease protections, and certainly increased risk for women, migrants, students, and people experiencing homelessness and those with disabilities. So expanding this model without strong regulation risks normalising housing precarity, not alleviating it. If the Council wishes to advocate responsibly at the National General Assembly, it should instead call for large-scale investment in social and affordable housing, including public, community and Aboriginal controlled housing, delivered at scale and protected in perpetuity. Reform of investor-focused tax settings, including negative gearing and capital gains tax discounts that inflate housing costs and crowd out first home buyers and renters. I'm going to skip ahead, instead of running out of time. My main focus actually here in terms of policy risk is a serious and overlooked consequence of this proposal is its potential to increase the risk of elder abuse, financial exploitation and coercive housing arrangements involving older people. By introducing strong financial incentives, particularly exemptions tied to pension eligibility and tax liabilities, this motion creates structural pressure on retirees and pensioners to monetise their homes regardless of their personal safety, capacity or wishes. And this is especially concerning given that elder abuse is already underreported and rising in our community and across the country, particularly financial abuse involving housing and assets. Older people experiencing financial stress, social isolation, cognitive decline or reliance on family or carers are especially vulnerable to coercion. Housing insecurity among younger family members can lead to implicit or explicit pressure on older homeowners to rent out a room to avoid guilt or conflict. In this context, what is framed as a voluntary incentive risks becoming a de facto expectation, particularly for pensioners struggling with cost of living pressures. This undermines older people's right to security, autonomy and safety in their own home. The motion is silent on protections against coercion by family members, carers or any other third party, monitoring or reporting mechanisms for financial or psychological abuse, capacity assessments or informed consent processes, access to independent advice for older people entering such arrangements. Without robust safeguards, this policy risks normalising arrangements that blur the line between housing support and exploitation. At both state and national levels, governments have committed to preventing elder abuse, promoting ageing in place safely, and ensuring older people are not exposed to financial or housing-related exploitation. This proposal runs counter to all of that, to those commitments by embedding financial pressure into the policy design rather than reducing risk. Housing policy that relies on older people absorbing systemic failure must at a minimum demonstrate that it does not expose them to harm, and this motion definitely fails that test.
Thanks, Councillor Walsh. Councillor Lamont.
Thank you. I can't support this motion either because it fundamentally misdiagnoses the housing problem and risks sending the wrong message to the National General Assembly about where reform effort should actually be directed. The motion focuses on incentivising retirees to rent out vacant bedrooms. The framing assumes two things that are not supported by evidence. First, it assumes that large numbers of bedrooms in family homes are genuinely unused and want to be used in other ways for rent. Second, it assumes that this is where the most meaningful housing supply gains can be made. Neither is correct. What the data shows is that adult children are increasingly remaining in the family home well into their 20s and 30s because of housing affordability pressures. Many of those so-called empty bedrooms are not empty at all. They are occupied by adult children who cannot afford to rent or buy independently. Framing retirees as sitting on surplus space misrepresents the lived reality of families across the Central Coast, and I certainly won't be using my children as tax benefits. More importantly, if council is serious about advocating to fix housing crisis, we should be directing, as was just spoken about, to add for our advocacy to policy settings that are actively distorting the housing market and removing homes from long-term rental pool. Victoria provides a clear example of this. The Victoria Government has introduced short-term levy on Airbnb and similar platforms and expanded vacant residential land taxes to discourage homes being left empty. These policies do three things. They push properties back into long-term rental market. They recognise that housing is first and foremost shelter rather than a speculative asset, and they raise revenue that can be reinvested into social and affordable housing. By contrast, this motion proposes new tax concessions, including income tax, pension and capital gains exemptions for a narrow cohort, while leaving untouched the much larger structural drivers of housing unaffordability. If we're genuinely concerned about affordability and supply, then the most effective advocacy we could undertake is to call for reform of negative gearing and capital gains tax concessions. These settings overwhelmingly benefit investors and inflate prices, incentivise accumulation of multiple properties, many of which are held vacant or unused for short stay accommodation. For those of you that remember the 2009-10 Henry Review, it warned that tax concessions like negative gearing and capital gains discounts distort the housing market, drive speculation and lock younger Australians out, problems that cannot be fixed by playing at the edges like this motion is suggesting. Ending or winding back these concessions have a far greater impact on housing affordability than encouraging retirees to take on personal, financial and safety risks of renting out rooms in their own homes. If Council wishes to make a submission to the National Assembly, General Assembly, I would strongly support one that calls for state-based short-stay levies and vacancy taxes similar to Victoria's, urges reform of negative gearing and capital gains tax concessions and focuses on returning entire dwellings to the long-term rental market rather than redistributing space within family homes. The coast has plenty of empty houses. They should be put on the market first ahead of retirees' bedrooms. That approach targets the real problem, aligns with evidence and advocates for reform at the scale that is required to make a difference. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Lamont. Councillor Castles.
Yes, I cannot support this motion either for some of the reasons or all of the reasons already stated. However, if it does get supported, I have to say that I think Central Coast Council will be a laughing stock and an embarrassment to us as councillors, to our council staff and to the people of the Central Coast should this ridiculous motion get up. It's completely ridiculous. It's an embarrassment, 100% an embarrassment, and really, if you have any pride in yourselves, in the Central Coast and in the people of the Central Coast, you will vote against this pathetic motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Castles. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question. I mean, I think some of the debate has been compelling. From the point of view as this is just one thing, it's not a strategy, it's not a plan, it's not a comprehensive approach. So I guess my question is through you to the mover, is what triggered this motion to come forward? Is there a reason that did you wake up and think, gee, that's a great idea, let's put that up? Like, I'm being flippant, but there may well be a genuine reason that this, amongst all the suite of initiatives to try and improve the housing situation. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a question through you to the Speaker. Thanks.
I'll do that in my reply.
Yep, that's okay. That's fine. Thank you.
I think that's, Councillor Eaton, you want to reply? I think that's everybody.
Thank you. And before I start that, at the prompting of a second, I'm happy to add in a system, between system to incentivise, a system with appropriate safeguards to incentivise. Well, I must admit I'm a bit surprised and flabbergasted by the response. This is only one suggestion as to a way that there could be more housing made available and more affordable housing made available. It's not intended to be the solution. And yes, it was interesting that the people who have spoken against this didn't want to provide more housing at Terrigal, and generally don't want to do something to make housing more affordable, such as the Aboriginal measures we took earlier about somewhat modifying the need for AHAMs in appropriate circumstances. Having said that, it's just what I think is something that hasn't been tried yet, and that we do know, and I have a number of friends who are retirees who've got spare rooms, and it seems to me that there could be a use for those. And to take up the idea that, you know, this is some sort of tax incentive, there's already a tax incentive. It's called the downsizer super contribution. So if people can't afford their current homes and they're too big, the government allows you to sell that house and put $300,000 or so into super, which is a tax deduction. So it's not as though this doesn't already happen. This is just the obverse side of that contribution that already, that concession that already exists. And the advantage of this, okay, I'll move on, is that it doesn't force people to sell their homes. It means they can continue to live in their existing homes because they can afford to do so, and potentially they might even get some help with things like gardening and lawn mowing and the like. I'll leave it at that.
So, Mr Mayor, that didn't exactly answer my question. No, but you did say you'd answer the question in...
Well, he's closed the debate.
So there was no bright idea.
No.
That's the point.
All those in favour of Councillor Eaton's motion? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, and Councillor Smith is abstaining, which is a vote against. That's tied, and I'll use my casting vote for. Motion carried. I'll go for this. I'll do this now. I'm just doing procedural motion to extend the meeting, that the council extend ordinary meeting of council by 30 minutes in accordance with the adopted code of meeting practice. Can I have a mover? Councillor Wright. All those in favour? Unanimous? Unanimous, thank you. Next item on the agenda is notice of motion, funds for reconstruction of toilets and disabled change rooms adjacent to Umina Surf Club. Councillor Neal.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I have circulated a slightly amended version of that motion. If the Civics of Court could please...
Councillor Smith, the seconder.
Just to clarify, the correct term is the strategic priorities restriction. Just
whatever you want to call it, I'm happy with that.
He doesn't want to
So you want me to, so you want to call it what this time?
It's a strategic priorities restriction or reserve.
Priority slush fund. Okay. Could we please amend Special Projects Fund to Strategic Priorities Fund? Because that makes all the difference, please, Civic Support.
There is no special projects fund, so.
I'll bow to your knowledge and expertise in this area. This has been an ongoing issue for some time, as the community is aware and also councillors are aware. I have had extensive discussions with Councillor McQuaid about this, and he certainly shares my view about the deterioration of the toilet block down near the surf club in Umina. That in itself is a particular issue, but a further issue is that the toilets are used extensively, firstly by people with a disability through the group Disabled Surfers, and that presently, because there is no change area for people with a disability, when they have their events on a regular basis, they are actually required to come along and erect a tent to ensure that their members can actually get ready for the surfing. For me, that is a completely unacceptable situation. And also, there are very few toilets close to beaches anywhere in the Central Coast Council area which actually provide for adult change rooms for people with a disability. So this is quite critical. This is further enhanced by the regular use of these facilities by tourists and other events like the Twist Festival that happened quite recently, where it became very obvious that the toilets are not satisfactory and at a satisfactory level for the community use. So I strongly urge the support of this motion. It has been costed by the director at $640. I've rounded it to $650. But if people wish to be very detailed about this, I'm happy to accept an amendment to $640, though I suspect a little bit of fudging may happen in terms of the erection of the facilities. I also have taken on board the advisory note provided by the director saying that it will be required to be done over a 2-year period, so that the planning stages will happen 26-27 and the construction in 27-28. To allow that to be worked in with the other works that are happening around the coast. So I commend the motion to the councillors and hope for your support. For myself, not so much, as for the community who have been asking for this facility really since I was elected to council more than a year ago.
Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I will need to start by asking ease from the councillors. So I will be asking a couple of questions of Councillor Neal, which means I'll need to ask the question, Councillor Neal will need to answer, which means others will need to turn their mic off to facilitate that process. I think that's fair. So first question, Councillor Neal.
I don't know, to be honest. No.
But you can ask them.
I would say you're not going to get an answer.
So I suppose I'll keep my microphone on then, but the poor gallery won't be able to hear Councillor Neal. Look, I understand this is an important project, I really do, and you know we've had the gentleman come in and speak from the organisation. He sent us an email through the week. I've heard from a few local residents. I know Councillor McQuaid has gone and visited the site. I suppose from a governance perspective, obviously when you push something in, you have to push something out. So my first question would be, when you devised the motion, are you aware of the number of projects that will be pushed back as a result of this?
From a councillor who has regularly put up motions
at the behest of the community, as is fit and proper, and has pushed back other projects, I think it's really quite farcical that you're expecting every other councillor to apply a principle that you yourself do not apply to yourself. The fact is that I have investigated and determined that there is a fund available to fund this project. That funding would allow us to also additionally fund people to do the work and the resources and the material. Well, it certainly can. The cost is not just materials. Mr. Mayor, if a question is asked, I will answer it in the way that I see fit.
I move on, Councillor Wright, and
Clearly,
make your point speaking.
I'm answering the question. Clearly, there is provision in the funds for this project. The community wants it. It's as important as any other project that you yourself have put up. For example, things like once you open the gate, the cat's out there.
Can you put your buzzer off, Councillor Neil?
So as I said, so naturally, I have...
No, he's going to ask the director.
I was asking questions. You've had your speech, now it's my turn. So the community is going to ask me...
he's going to ask the director now.
The community is going to ask me, what does this mean for the toilet blocks that I've been liaising with my community on in my ward? And I think that's a very fair question. So I was asking you how many projects, because what we got from the staff was that 16 projects will be pushed back, one of which includes your beloved Woo Woo Baths. So I can't, if Councillor Neil is saying that the staff response is absolute rubbish.
Yes, Councillor McGregor. Yes, I agree. Yeah. Councillor Wright,
Well, I know the answer. It's 16 projects, and that has to be taken into consideration. It's in the staff report, Councillor Neil.
Councillor Wright, just speak to the Councillor Eaton. Boris.
Through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Wright. You're correct in saying that 16 projects are identified as a higher priority in the strategy than this higher priority than this this location. However, how I'm reading the recommendation on the screen does not indicate that this is pushing out the projects. How I'm reading that particular recommendation is that this is additional to. So essentially it's one more project that's being brought forward from 2030-31, and we've reduced the budget in that year by that equivalent amount of $640,000 or $650,000, and it'll be done in 26 and 27. So the advice through the CEO response was indicating how it could be done to satisfy the question, and the notice of motion was provided by Councillor Neil. I need to make it very clear that we have a lot of projects. We always have a fairly ambitious capital works program. It's in the order of $300 million, and I've raised on a number of occasions, such as the councillor induction at the Infrastructure and Assets Committee and at Council, that we do have project management guidelines, and we try to undertake these works over a period of time. Now, having one project added in a long-term financial plan is achievable, but if it happens 15 times by a number of councils, it becomes very difficult to manage.
Councillor McQuaid.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor, and I acknowledge firstly that I am supporting the motion, and I'd firstly again like to acknowledge my fellow councillors on this side of the chamber who've raised genuine concerns about process, prioritisation and budget discipline. These concerns are reasonable, and they are part of reasonable governance in my opinion. Just going back to the Director's response in terms of priority, I had a look at that today, and one of those highest priority toilet block is in Althorpe Street in East Gosford. East Gosford is where I reside, and I know that toilet block. And without doubt, and I take ownership of not picking this up earlier, that these toilet blocks and amenities in New Minor deserve a higher ranking than those toilets in East Gosford, just for example. Moving on, just tonight I want to be clear why I'm supporting this motion is about whether public asset in one of these most heavily used coastal locations on the Central Coast meets a basic and reasonable standard of safety, dignity and accessibility for the community it serves. The peninsula is not a small or marginal part of our community. Umina Beach, Ettalong, Woy Woy and Booker Bay together are home to more than 35,000 permanent residents. That is a significant population in its own right, before we even begin to account for visitors. According to Council's own visitor economy strategy, currently on exhibition and reported in the Peninsula News yesterday, the peninsula attracts around 930,000 visitors each year, contributing more than $300 million in visitor spending to the local economy. Umina Beach is one of the key destinations driving those numbers. And I quote from the draft council strategy, Umina Beach and Ettalong Beach are favoured in their pristine beaches, calm waters and friendly atmosphere, ideally for swimming and picnicking, end quote. While Mr Mayor, it certainly isn't known for its pristine amenities and shower facilities, as I witnessed myself and I have heard from countless residents. That, Mr Mayor, context matters. We have systems, we have ranking frameworks, and they are important. But leadership is not simply about rubber stamping a list and walking away. It's about knowing when the lived reality on the ground tells us that something no longer is good enough. The public toilets and change room facilities adjacent to the surf club are not meeting current community expectations. They are not meeting accessibility standards, and for the people with disability, families and young children, older residents and visitors, that is not a theatrical issue. It directly affects whether they can safely and confidently use this space at all. When you combine a large permanent population with almost 1 million visitors a year, the pressure on public amenities is real and ongoing. This facility is not servicing a quiet corner of the coast, it is servicing one of the busiest and most intensely used coastal precincts on the coast. I want to acknowledge that the CEO's advice is fair and balanced in my opinion. It does not say that this cannot be done, it says that there are trade-offs. And that is exactly what elected representatives are here to consider. Every budget decision this chamber makes involves value judgment. Where we admit it or not, choosing not to act is also a choice, Mr Mayor. In this case, choosing to delay means accepting that high-use, high-profile public facility continues to fall short of basic standards. The motion has bipartisan support from myself because the issue itself is not political, it's about inclusion, it's about dignity, and it's about ensuring our public infrastructure keeps pace with how our community uses it. I'm comfortable standing here and saying that while this project may not sit at the top of a spreadsheet, it sits high, very high, in fact, in terms of human impact. And again, I acknowledge ownership and take ownership that I should have picked this up earlier during the exhibition of the public toilet strategy. Supporting this motion does not mean we disregard strategy. It means we apply it with common sense, compassion, and accountability to the community we represent. And that, Mr Mayor, is why I'm supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McQuaid. Councillor Ian.
Mr Mayor, which effectively is just to defer this for consideration in the budget workshops that are coming up within a couple of weeks. So that Civic Support should have that amendment.
Can I have a seconder? Councillor Stanton.
I'll just speak briefly, Mr Mayor. The issue with this is process. And it's not a small amount of money, $650,000, $2/3 of $1 million. It's a lot of money. Is this the best use for $2/3 of $1 million? I don't know. I would like to consider this amongst other priorities. But this is an attempt to gazump that and bring it forward. The other issue is I think that strategic reserve should generally be kept for emergencies. I remember some years ago when I was the Mayor of Wyong, we had a huge flooding and storm emergency, and we were able to cope with that because we had $3 million or thereabouts available in the budget to use. So I don't know how much is in this fund, but I can well see that we get another flood, a fire, coastal erosion, and God forbid we don't have the money that we need at that time. If this should be funded out of the infrastructure fund, it shouldn't be funded separately, and that should be done through the proper budget processes. It may well be that it does get considered then, and we're talking about a delay of a few weeks to go through a proper process. So I think that's reasonable.
Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I rise to make a couple of points in this debate. This has come to this chamber many times. I do note that Councillor Eaton's amendment that's been put forward here is a reflection of the poor budget process that we have here, because if we had a budget process where the elected body actually had any involvement in the budget process, then we wouldn't have this coming to the last 4 or 5 council meetings where this issue perpetually just comes back along, and we wouldn't have directors responding that if 15, 16, 20 different projects get put into the council chamber and then seek to be put into a budget like this, it becomes problematic for staff. So it's a matter of sequencing. I also want to make a few other points. You're talking about a toilet block when you're looking at the fact that this council is getting over $140 million a year extra income than what it was 5 years ago. Our council has the second highest amount of income of any council in New South Wales behind only City of Sydney Council, and you're worried about project managing a toilet block. Okay, the council staff are able to retrofit many toilet blocks. Toilet blocks do have some complexity, but we've got people doing crocodile tears over a few $100,000, and we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars. Doesn't even get put into perspective here, and it really should be put into perspective. We've had tenders go through this this chamber for well over $140 million. We had the other one tonight, which I can't remember the figure off the top of my head. Didn't even get debated. Goes through by exception. But through the pettiness, the misorganisation and the mismanagement that we see here time and time again, we're now sitting here at 10:15 crowing about a toilet block. I haven't really heard too many people talking about the actual impacts on the community. There's a lot of false talk about the financial impact when we don't even sit down and really talk about the strategic vision for the long-term financial plan. We don't talk about rate policy. We don't talk about revenue. We don't even talk about short to medium financial plan. And then you have staff reports that give you potential options for lots of savings to be made. We're never talking about savings. In this chamber, there's certain people who want to push certain barrows and they need to deliver certain things for certain people. Fair enough, that's how politics works. But your job as a councillor is to look at things at the strategic level rather than go, well, I don't like Councillor Neill's project, so I'm going to ask silly little trivial questions and try and delay and try and obfuscate from what the real issue is here. This organisation has the capacity to deliver this project. There is no reason for it not to be able to deliver this project. If the correct form of sequencing was engaged, if the correct engagement was done both with the elected body and with the community, we wouldn't be wasting time at this time of night on this venal and petty, vindictive, irrelevant conversation that we get subject to by little people with their own agendas that need to wake up to what is possible for this organisation. Let's try and take this organisation in a direction that is in line with what people expect of it. And let's stop worrying about hanging out in public toilets and actually delivering things for people that we already have a capacity to do. When the budget workshops come up, the 2 budget workshops that have been referenced to and put in our calendar today, go and do your due diligence, go and do your submissions, read through all the documents and do your job then. Don't come here and have a go at other people because they are responding to a genuine concern for the community and have built bipartisan community support for it because you take exception with that person or their project and you believe that your own are more meritorious than theirs. Well, I've got news for you. Your projects are not more meritorious than everyone else's. Everyone here has good and bad ideas and it's our job to vet them and appropriately assess them, analyse them and then make them happen if that's the case. It's not here to stop progress, to complain about silly things we would be discussing your urgency motion about something which is a potentially life-threatening thing for people now, except for you wasted all that time earlier with all the irrelevancies that we've had to sit through. Let's just get on with it and get it done for a change.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. All those in favour of the amendment, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton. Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright. Against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith, Councillor McQuaid, and abstained is Councillor Moreland and Councillor Daniels. So the vote on the motion of Councillor Neal is all those in favour. Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith, Councillor McQuaid. Against? Councillor Eaton, abstaining, Councillor Moreland, Councillor Wright, Councillor Stanton. Thank you. Next item on agenda is 5.5, notice of motion, the Central Coast Region's entry-exit motorway signage. Councillor Moreland.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Tonight I'm bringing forward this notice of motion because strengthening the way people arrive in and experience the Central Coast is not just a branding exercise, it's an investment in our region's identity, our economy and our future. The Central Coast has extraordinary strengths, our beaches, our waterways, our natural environment and our lifestyle. These are not only reasons we choose to live here, but they're powerful drivers of tourism, business confidence and population growth. But to fully realise that advantage, we must present ourselves as a confident, unified region with a clear sense of place. Right now, we travel along the M1 and enter our region through Carryong, Tuggerah and Warrnambool gateways, although there's no strong, unmistakable moment that tells people they're actually on the Central Coast. As we know, Council is developing a new place brand that aims to expand our identity beyond tourism. It also speaks to residents, businesses and investors. For that strategy to work, it must be supported by tangible physical experiences, starting with the gateways into our region. This motion proposes a measured and responsible first step, a detailed feasibility assessment that includes identifying optimal locations, ensuring alignment with new place brand, understanding all the regulatory requirements and determining the scale, costs and practicalities of delivering modern, legible and high impact regional welcome signs and improve entry and exit signs. We want our region to be seen and respected and remembered by visitors, by investors and by our own community, then how we present ourselves at our gateways really does matter. I commend the motion to the Chamber.
Councillor Lamont. Second over Councillor Moreland. Councillor Daniels. Councillor Smith.
Sorry, do you mind?
Oh, you had your buzzer on, but it went off.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have an amendment. If the staff could put that up, please. And if I have a seconder, I will speak to the amendment.
Councillor Lamont, seconder.
Are you seconding? Yeah. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I commend Councillor Moreland on his vision. However, I think the CEO's response was pretty clear that Council is doing a lot of work on signage within the Central Coast, that the M1 is the responsibility of Transport for New South Wales, that any works on the M1 are really a matter for Transport for New South Wales, and that inquiries have really not been welcomed, that Transport for New South Wales and Destination New South Wales have not been supportive. Now, I understand that that means, you know, we could keep trying and, you know, convince them, but the question is, where is this as a priority in all of the other things we've got to do, like potholes? So where does this fit in the priority. And although I recognise that there may be a lot of value to have signage on the M1, I don't, there is already signage. There's certainly the Welcome to Dark and Young, which I think has a connection, and I know that's controversial and many people are not satisfied that that captures the Central Coast appropriately, but it is there and it is signalling the Central Coast in many ways. To put more signage up there, to me, we have no costing on that, and it's not clear to me that we can measure the benefit of that compared to other initiatives that we can do on and within the Central Coast that will provide tangible payback for that effort and that staff time. So I commend Councillor Moreland. It's a great idea. I don't believe it's a priority. I don't believe it's a good use of staff time and resources, and I believe that the indications are already that it is not an answer, certainly from Transport for New South Wales and Destination New South Wales. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Lamont.
Yeah, I like the idea. I mean, there's many places that I've been to that I've jumped out of the car and taken photos in front of a sign, but I don't think the M1 would actually be one of those places where I do that. And I'm just going through some of the exhibition things that are on exhibition at the moment with council, and one of the comments that is coming across very much is that people want the home fix first, like roads, potholes, you know, lawns mowed and all of that sort of stuff. So I don't think this is a priority. I actually did a bit of research myself just to find out how much the signs would actually cost. But I'm just wondering through you, Mr Mayor, does anyone, it says that we made inquiries in 2024, was a cost actually established on the signs at that stage?
Through you, Mr Mayor, no specific cost information, either formal or informal, was determined during the 2004 inquiries due to the lack of support from Transport for New South Wales and Destination New South Wales on our application to them.
Okay, thank you. Well, as I said, I did a bit of research myself, and you're looking up to, I think, 300,000 plus for a sign. I don't know whether that's true or not, and I just think if we put signs there without fixing up, it's like inviting people around for dinner, but not actually, you know, toning the place up first. And that's, as I said, I like signs. I'm just wondering whether we could focus more, because, yeah, I like the idea of signs. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Lamont. Any other questions? So all those in favour of Councillor Smith's amendment? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Moreland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton. Not Councillor Stanton. She's against. Councillor Wright and Councillor McQuaid. Councillor Stanton's abstained, which is a no vote. So it's lost. So now for the motion. No. Abstained. Councillor Stanton abstained, so it was a vote against. So we'll now revert. So, yeah, no, I'll use my casting vote. Yeah, I can. Thank you. So now for Councillor Eaton's, Councillor Moreland and Councillor Daniels' motion. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Moreland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Crowley, I think. Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. Thank you. And motion carried. And can I have another procedural motion that we extend the council meeting for another 30 minutes in accordance with the adopted code of meeting practice. Councillor, we'll get it done in 15, but we have to do 30. We'll do 30, just in case. All those in favour? All those in favour of extension? Unanimous, thank you. 2 more items to go. Right. Procedural motion, consider motion of urgency. Councillors, we had an urgency motion submitted by Councillor Wright regarding shark attack mitigation. Firstly, we have to decide if the motion is urgent. Councillor Wright, I ask you to move this motion and state why you believe this is urgent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think the urgency speaks for itself. It's something I've been thinking about for a number of weeks, really, in fact, possibly even months, about how we can better protect beachgoers. You know, I'd have to think, correct me if I'm wrong, the staff, but we'd have to have probably the most patrolled beaches of any council area. And we've seen a number of incidents in recent weeks. Just this weekend, we've had Terrigal Beach closed twice due to a shark sighting. We've had Lakes Beach close. We've had Blue Bay close. And what really drew me to the urgency motion, which is why I think it is urgent as well, is that on Sunday morning, the New South Wales Government announced a support package for additional drone patrols. And that's something I've been quite publicly supporting for probably over a year, actually. And of the 30 beaches, I think 19 of those were from Sydney, 11 were from the regions, and the majority of those were from the northern beaches and Sydney Harbour, in response to what had happened with recent attacks there over recent weeks.
We just need the urgency.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'll keep that as urgency.
Yeah. No, you have to give us why it's urgent. So
Councillor Wright, you need to explain why it's urgent, then the council will move that it's urgent, then you can debate the matter.
Okay, so in the short, why it's urgent is because clearly the state government's putting out money and we need money now while there's money on the table before we have an accident. Secondly, there has been a sharp rise in shark sightings recently. And third, our next meeting is at the end of February, which is the end of summer, meaning we're going to go through a third of the summer, potentially with less information than we need. So we need to be acting as soon as we can.
Thank you. Yep, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. On you go, Councillor. Can I have a seconder?
I appreciate that, Councillor Neal.
Yeah. Can I have a seconder as well?
Well, perhaps that's a good learning for me.
Is of urgency, yes. Carry on.
Thank you. So we've obviously had an increase in shark sightings in recent weeks. So that is an issue. And could I ask the staff as well? Oh, it's on the screen now. My apologies. So there's a few things that I think we need to do on this, and it's not all about throwing it back on the state government and saying, hey, this is your domain, help us out. We definitely have a role to play. We have council lifeguards on the beach 5 out of 7 days. So they're in and around this technology. They're responsible for the welfare of local beachgoers, including tourists. So we need to ensure that for those days as well, we have the best possible technology. There is an ongoing issue in Kilcare with the shark listening station as well. I know the government has recently provided some comments in the media on that, but we need to ensure that that's online as soon as possible. It's been offline since before Christmas. I also think it's important that we get a bit more of an understanding around the Smart Drumline program. So, for example, if I use Australia Day as an example, we had no smart drumlines active between McMaster's Beach and Foresters Beach, and from Baddow Bay to Pebbly Beach. So we need to understand why that is, because potentially, particularly when that happens on a day when our council lifeguards are on duty, what more can we do to help? So, for example, we know over the last week, the Northern Beaches Council has increased the number of people out on jet skis. I was out at Copacabana late last week and I did see the jet ski patrolling as well. So perhaps we can work with the New South Wales Government to say, hey, if the smart drumline's not listed for a specific reason that day, it's not been baited, what can we do to assist? Because I think that'll provide a real sense of comfort to the community. The other thing we can look at is shark bite kits. These have been increasingly becoming more popular and topical. So my understanding is that all of our surf lifesaving clubs on the Central Coast have shark bite kits. I know, for example, Avoca Beach has just put out an additional shark bite kit that is permanently available to the public, so it's in a public space. If something happens, you can go and access the tourniquet and you can treat it then and there. So, for example, I know council has a role to play in issuing those, I'm not sure what you'd call them, they're the flotation devices that are at the beach entrances in the boxes. So council could potentially look at putting a tourniquet or something in those and working with the state government on that. So there's a number of things that we can do in this space to assist. It's not all about putting it back on the state government. The other thing we need an update on is the proposed trial of removing shark nets. We were in a position last year where we sort of came to the final hour and in the end the trial was scrapped for a variety of reasons. So we should be starting the conversation now about what that could look like for next year, and again how we can assist with things like messaging, with things like the resources of our council lifeguards and their knowledge and expertise of the water. So all of this would also benefit from having a meeting with the Minister and her staff to come here and sort of say, hey, here's what's happening, here's what we can look to do, here's where you can help, here's what the vision looks like for the future. Is that a vision where we're looking at more drone technology as a priority? Is it in combination with shark listening devices? Is it one or the other? We should have oversight of that. And I know that Kilcare is going to have some additional drone facilities, which has been announced over the weekend, which is good news, but I'm calling in this motion to look at rolling them out across all of our beaches, because sharks don't discriminate on the beach. They don't look at they don't look at Avoca Beach, for example, and go, wow, these guys have a shark net, a shark listening device, a smart drum line, and some drones. Geez, probably wouldn't swim there. No. These are animals, we have to respect their environment, we have to protect marine life, which is why I think drones are great, and we need to be looking at future-focused solutions that are modern and innovative to ensure that we're keeping beachgoers safe. I did say I'd be short, I didn't commit to that, so I will leave that to the council, and I urge you to support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Castles?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Certainly I'm happy to support it, but I just had one question through you, Mr Mayor. And I guess through you to Councillor Wright. I'm assuming, looking at this, that you're still fully in support of the removing of shark nets. Is that correct, Councillor Wright? Thank you.
All right, everyone. All those in favour? Unanimous. Unanimous. Carried. Procedural motion, consider motion urgency e-bikes. Councillor Walsh. Councillors, we have an urgency motion submitted by Councillor Walsh regarding e-biking safety and use. Firstly, we have to decide if this motion is urgent. Councillor Walsh, I ask you to move this motion and state why you believe, so if you can just give us the urgency.
The bare bones, sure. I believe it's an urgent motion due to public concern. You've only got to open just a couple of Facebook pages, and the comments by people in the community have just been escalating dramatically, really. Maybe through the holiday time, escalating for that reason as well, but certainly leading up to that, it's a public safety issue, and the public is coming to us and expressing great concern.
Yeah, that's
so
urgent enough. All those in, all those in favour? Unanimous. Thanks, Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So I've mentioned the concerns being raised by the community. They're genuine, they're increasing. Personally, I think e-bikes and e-scooters look like a lot of fun, and I wouldn't even mind having a go at one, being an old drag racing chick. What we have is a situation where residents are feeling really unsafe, very particularly more mature age people, definitely people with disabilities, and just general pedestrians who are being expected to make way for these scooters and bikes, these shared pathways that they were never designed for high speed or high volume motorised devices. So it's not a debate about whether e-bikes and e-scooters should exist, because I actually believe they should, but they are already part of our transport landscape. When used properly, they can reduce car use and improve access, and so could play quite a role. Probably already are playing quite a role in terms of mitigating some environmental impacts. But those benefits disappear if safety is compromised or if rules are unclear, unenforced or ignored. And I think it's pretty evident, at least even just simply from Facebook, that that rules are being ignored, and that is not a problem. Well, it's a problem for council in terms of responding to residents, but that is actually, of course, a New South Wales government issue, a New South Wales police issue. So community's not asking for a ban. It is interested in control, clarity and accountability. So people want to know how these devices can be used, what speed is acceptable. Already, certainly my sense is an education program could be quite useful, but also how dangerous and illegal behaviour can be addressed. They want shared pathways to feel safe on. They don't want them dominated by faster users, and they want council to act before serious injury becomes inevitable rather than after the fact. So we do have a role. The primary role I know sits with the New South Wales Police in terms of enforcement powers, but that doesn't necessarily excuse us from being able to take any kind of action. We can advocate strongly, we can work collaboratively, and we can use the tools that we do have available to us through better path design, clearer local guidance, targeted education, identifying safety hotspots based on real data. Where I live, such a quiet area, such a quiet peninsula, and I've been really quite shocked at the amount of local expression from residents around their concerns with e-bikes. I try to focus on their concerns with e-bikes and e-scooters rather than their concerns with young people, because I actually think that's a separate issue. Obviously, we want to support a response that puts the public safety first, but very particularly for our most vulnerable residents, while still recognising the place of micro-mobility in a modern transport system. Our coast continues to be a region that is not particularly well supported by great pathways, and in fact many areas have no pathways. And of course residents are being expected to walk on roads where they're competing or feeling unsafe with many riders on these vehicles. So if we fail to act, the outcome's pretty predictable. There's going to be rising conflict in public spaces, certainly preventable injuries, and a growing perception that council is not listening. So I just feel that supporting this motion is about restoring confidence that we are wanting to do what we can to support the New South Wales Government, New South Wales Police, but mostly our community in terms of safety matters. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Walsh. Councillor Stanton? Oh, seconder, yeah. Councillor Lamont. Thanks. Councillor Stanton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I have sent an amendment to the civic support team to put on the board. It is just an additions to the motion that we were just looking at. The odd word has been included, and then 3B and 5 and 6.
You second it? Because you can second it.
I'll second.
So I said which one?
Councillor Walsh, would you accept the amendment?
Sure, happy to explain. I think it's very important that we do have a whole of government approach. I think we need to be working with the current ministers as well as the shadow ministers. And I think that the proposals by the Honourable Natalie Ward have got good merit, and I think that they should be supported and they should be included as part of this motion as well.
And we invite the Minister for a briefing.
There's 3 specific additions as well as minor wording throughout. I think that inviting the Honourable John Graham MLC to come and provide a meeting to councillors on the measures, a discussion, and I think supporting the registration scheme also has merit, and I think that is an addition to the current motion. It's an extension of it. It is that I support the idea behind this, but it is an extension, hence its additional points.
Councillor Stanton, could you turn off your buzzer, please? Councillor Walsh?
Actually, no, I won't accept the amendments.
Okay. All right, we've
And
got an amendment.
I understand that means the original motion, the amended motion is the one that'll go through, and Councillor Stanton and Councillor Eaton can kind of take ownership of that. But I think that given that it is a urgent motion, the fact that the original motion well recognises the responsibility of the New South Wales State Government, etc. Yeah.
All right, Councillor Lamont?
Probably suggest that the councillors here actually look at the inquiry that actually the government did do in 2024, I think it was, and a report with recommendations, and government's response came out May last year. So I think before you start deciding, we should get the speaker in or that speaker in to have a talk to us. So I think they're probably more actions for your infrastructure committee if you want to go down that path. But I think with the urgency, let's just get them to start acting on these recommendations that are already there that other councils have advocated that the government moves on now. The recommendations are there, and I think we have to start acting on what's already there now. And stuff like what you've suggested can really be dealt with through the infrastructure committee. Sorry? Well, this is an urgency motion, and I just said, have you read the recommendations first?
Yeah, well, yeah, but you're speaking to them. It's just speak. All right, Councillor Stanton.
I move it as an amendment then.
Yep.
May I
So
speak
all
to the
those in
amendment?
favour?
Can I speak to it quickly?
Yeah.
Because I was just responding to Councillor Woodward. Okay, thank you. Just briefly, I do agree with Councillor Walsh's statements before. And I think this is a really important issue, and I do agree that it's urgent. And I think that as a council, we've already established the urgency of this particular issue. The state of New South Wales, as well as the Central Coast, has seen a huge rise in the use of e-bikes and e-scooters. The ability to drive at incredible speeds, these pose safety risks to riders and pedestrians on footpaths and shared pathways, and to drivers on the roads. Few helmets are being worn, and many of the riders are underage, and particularly given the school holiday period that we are just coming to the end of, we have certainly seen a huge rise of children riding on the roads and the paths. As this issue has grown over recent months, I have been in contact with many residents over the council's role in the enforcement, and have been working closely with interested parties. I think this motion does need to be a whole of government approach, a review by the ministers as well as shadow ministers. And as a council, we need more guidance. We need clear enforcement powers on what we can do. And that is where the community has come to us asking for this help. I urge the Honourable John Graham MLC to share all of these concerns and the progress of the state government at a meeting with councillors. And I also do very much welcome the safety standards that the Honourable Natalie Ward has proposed in the licence plate registration scheme. Thank you.
I just have one more question.
Councillor Mott.
If that's okay. Councillor Stanley, you just mentioned that through you, Mr Mayor, that riders were underage. Can you just explain that? Like, what do you mean by riders being underage? Is there an age limit?
I'm fairly certain that Councillor Neal asked earlier in the meeting whether we had to answer the questions, and we received a response that we don't.
I think what's being proposed in this as well is that, you know, they're going to be applying registration to those under 18. There is actually no way that you can ride an e-bike or I believe an e-scooter in a public place. It's only private property.
All right, the Councillor Stanton Eaton, the amendment, all those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Millen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McQuaid, all those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. I use my casting vote. The amendment's carried. Is now the motion. All those in favour of the motion? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles. It's unanimous. Thank you. And we'll close the meeting at 10:50.